And we're live. Live. I'm sort of in focus. Um, Whoops. We're live from. Where are we live from? Ah, wait, what? Oh, there we go. Ah, I can't control my mouse. Oh no. Where's my mouse? There it is. Live from Cavernous Civilization, named by Rosen. It's a 7-show of the Contradictory Information Tour, named by Brother Wolf. Hey to Pierre, Rosen, Staffy, Molotov Cocktail, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Watt, Neighborhood Watch, Chugbaka, Muty Makes Me Lose Control, Duel, Weird Geckos, Jazzy's here. I got a buzz. It's still going? Yeah. Is it gone? I mean, I didn't really. It's just better. It's Tubi's mic. Tubi won't be able to talk. I wonder why there are two of Tubi's mic here. Tubi's mic. Huh. Is it back? Yeah, it's back. I can see that it's back as soon as I do that. Huh. Well, I'm still there. Okay, so we're gonna theoretically we're going to get 5 tracks ready all up front. So get those requests in, because whoever's here gets all the requests during the show, unless there's an encore. Wow, I beat the secret raffle? How's everyone doing today? I've beaten it twice, Muty. Yeah, it's because because of the front page thing, I'm supposed to not have the loading screen on for very long. Roses, your light is on the screen on the left. You mean that white right there? It's just the monitor. Yeah, it's not easy to with this set. I mean, let me see. I don't know. That's better. Is that what you meant, Rosen? That was the mod, but yeah, I didn't think I could move it, but I can. Let's see. That's not a good sign. Why is... I wonder why I'm getting that error message. He says, I'm emotionally drained from a tough week, but it's looking better. It's a long journey, as vague as that seems. I had a Suddenly Penguin sketch idea as well. Imagine this vertical lakes, aka mirrors. Oh, fishing in mirrors? That could be cool. It could be that you do the shot. I'm not sure if this is what you mean, but Suddenly Penguin, we could film Suddenly Penguin on back, right? But flip it. So you think that Suddenly Penguin is sitting normally, but actually it's like this. And there could be some cool visual things. But with the mirror thing, it could be Suddenly Penguin throws a fishing line in the mirror, and then it's cutting away. It looks like Suddenly Penguin pulls Suddenly Penguin out of the mirror, catches himself. But Beauty, I'm sorry things have been rough. I hope things get better though. Well, this is not for night, but with the new format, if I want to use one of my commissions, I need to prepare it in advance and then post it pretty much as soon as you go live. Well, it'll probably take 15 minutes at least to, well, we'll see. I'm going to go as fast as I can, 15, 20 minutes to make all the tracks. So you've got some time, yeah. Unless there's an encore mole, and then encores will be normal. But yeah, if you want a commission on these shows, and if, at least for now, these are just going to be once a week. I think my tentative plan is beginning next week. It'll be one concert stream, one guitar remake stream, and one normal stream. Where are you seeing drum kit, Rose? And is it whispered to you? I don't see where Tubi's saying drum kit. Was it a whisper? Because Muty said that too last time. Something about a drum kit, but I don't know where that is. Maybe I'm missing the... It's a whisper? Okay, yeah, it's not a drum kit. I'm not sure why it's saying drum kit. Mo says this is the one night of the week I can reliably watch. Well, I'm not sure which night Mo is going to be concert streams. I don't know yet. Yeah. I might change it up every week so it's not the same thing every, it might be some Saturdays a normal stream, some are concerts, some are... Here, let me just check that. Raffle. Drum kit. I don't know why it's doing that. He says, I for one like the new structure mainly because it keeps you out of logistics and gets you playing music. Yeah. Let's see, drum kit. Bert Bonrondi's tableau. And our first beat. Oops, these have to be moved up. Let's do 4 on the floor. That's groovy. We're geckos, and then we got mole. Oh, he's got to move up. Okay, we got our beats. Y'all pick which sound. Oh, I got to demo the sounds. For MIDI brute bass. And then we got creative moment fail. Staffy with Dombro. Hey, got double cup. FM Spectral from Dual. And then Neighborhood Watch, Escaping Air. Chugbaka, Hero Banjo Viri. You already named KGI? Yeah, it's a bug. That last thing's always a bug. Whichever person is the last sound, it's always a mistake. So it's probably just JKH. I don't know when I'll fix that bug. Unfortunately. Okay, y'all pick which sound. We're gonna do these polls real short, so vote real fast, because we're on a move. I want to beat the hour with the song, even though we're gonna prep 5 songs. Okay. I think everyone's voting for different things. It means we're going to have to lose precious time with a tiebreaker. Has anyone ever built anything out of aluminum? I've been learning about this 8020. Well, I guess that's a brand name, but it's a kind of aluminum construction. And we're going to start with Mole's drum loop. But I'm thinking I might use it for the van build. It seems like more and more people are using them for van builds rather than using wood. Okay, let's create another empty track. Is this a draft? Yes. But the advantage of the aluminum is that it's a lot lighter. It's modular, so the pieces remain useful. I mean, trying to take apart a wooden construction and reuse it is not an appealing thing, to me at least. but when you're building, it's like an erector set, you know. You sort of you get the aluminum cut, and then there's these grooves in the aluminum, so it's very, it's not easy, but it's, it's there. You attach the aluminum. He says lighter means less fuel. Yeah, there's that, and also I think, whoops. I think that I'm still going with my original conception, even though I'm thinking about a bigger van now, which is basically everything. There's a big open space in the middle of the van, and then everything is sort of in the back part of the van. So the first third of the van is the driver's seats, and the middle third is going to be basically empty, and then the back third is where everything is. And so, especially because I'm going to have almost no weight in the middle of the van, I want I don't want a lot of weight in general. I mean, the only heavy stuff is going to probably be on the floor in the back part of the van. There'll be the batteries, will be crazy heavy, and water, right? A water tank. And beyond that, I don't have much heavy stuff I'll need to bring. I think it's probably a little more expensive. Maybe it's a lot more expensive, but I don't know. I don't know. I guess I'm just not that excited about carpentry. I mean, I'd still have to do some carpentry because you just use the aluminum to frame everything, and then I'd still need walls and or cupboard doors and stuff. So there would be some wood, but I don't know. I mean, I'm not looking forward to the build at all, but but for some reason I think the aluminum. I don't know. I feel more. Um, a little more interested in that. And what you can do is if you have everything done out in SketchUp, Google SketchUp or something, or some sort of system, some program, you can basically, if you have all your measurements in advance, and hopefully you make your measurements correctly, you can have them cut, by the manufacturer. So everything just comes ready to go. You don't have to worry about dangerous cutting, which knowing myself, I'll cut off my hand. Our kit is the Etc. kit. He says it will remain cheap, but it's not too expensive either. I think in the end it could be cheaper since it's more durable. Yeah, I like the idea of having a sturdy structure. That's one piece. It'll be because of the way these things are designed, the grooves within the aluminum. I could build one structure that is where everything in my van is. One solid structure that I can, bolt to the floor and the walls, and it's not going anywhere, Hey, Mr. Robert. Okay, our first beat. Oops, that didn't work. First beat we had, I had the right beats on screen before, didn't I? Oops, where's dual? There it is. But my design that I'm working on, I think I'd have a 6 by 6 foot space in the middle of the van that could be empty, that I could I could film in. It would just be a big open space. It'll feel nice for doing the show because that's about the amount of space I have now, 6 by 6 foot space to move around in. It's what we haven't done in a while is we haven't. Actually, I don't know. Will that work? We used to just saying you were the welding torch in a sweaty shirt could get extra views. Not at my age with my physique, Muty. And again, for my safety, I don't know. I get impatient, and that's a dangerous combination with the power tools. Hey, Chills. Okay, let's swing it. Let's swing it. What, my voice is too quiet or the drums? Which is too quiet? I mean, yeah. Both by a hair. Yeah, it's not an easy thing to do that. I know it seems like it should be. Because there's a lot of I do a quieter volume than most Twitch streamers because the music volumes vary so much. I have to be careful of getting distortion, but that means that I'm too quiet sometimes. So I'll try to talk a little louder. I mean, what I can ultimately do is just it's been on my to-do list for 3 years. Is I just need to put a more aggressive compression on the music. I think it hurts the quality of the music, but it would mean I could be louder without risking distortion. Okay, let's see. Sounds. First up, Slide Boogie. Once the songs go on YouTube, it's sort of the reverse. The songs are probably way too loud on the VODs because they've been mastered. And then we got Aggressive Fretless. And then All Hail the Gifno Toad. And then PWM Start. Evaporating Neutronium. Chugbaka with Alien Angel Choir. Whoops. Okay, y'all pick which sound starts the second improv. And I don't have to do these in order of the creation. I could do them out of order. The way I designed it. Oh, you know what I made today? It's going to be for our remakes next week. It's a lot of songs. It takes a long time for the page to load. I'm sure there's a much better way to do it than I have it set up. Same thing with the sounds. The sounds have the exact same code and it's very slow to load. Okay, let's end this poll. And it's going to be Duel's drum loop. on the second track. We're making pretty good time getting, making these songs. And I feel like I can engage with chat at the same time in a way that is harder during actual yeah. I feel like I'm more efficient. Oh, Tubi said hi to me too. Hey, Tubi. Oh, and hey to Ammods is here. GD Bill. Whoops. Is this a draft? Yes. I wish that pop-up button was on the other monitor, but I've talked about, I'm going to say it again. The van prices, used van prices are absolutely insane right now. Absolutely insane. I mean, it's a crazy situation where this is the one time ever it may make sense to buy a new vehicle. It never makes sense to buy a new vehicle from a financial point of view, but right now it does. Because it's like, do you buy a van that's 2 years old, that's almost out of warranty, that has like 100,000 miles for more money than a 2022 van that's new? This doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Hero Papaya says you might have built your own van. Yeah. Jazzy's home. He says all those van lifers made vans popular again. Yeah, I think, just cars in general, I think are, there's just a shortage. But vans especially, because, the pandemic economic thing, a lot of people want to do van life. And then you've got, people are using online now to buy more stuff. So the Amazon needs more trucks. I'm sure, FedEx needs more vans, and so the competition for vans is intense. He advises that, yeah, I figured you were joking. Yeah, I don't. What a project to build your own van. That would take 5 years, or more. He says, you all needs more vans for all businesses going bust. Yeah. Okay, we got the LRF drum kit. Molotov has hashtag Vandemic. Has anyone seen? I don't know if I've ever seen. I saw clips. There's a movie called Birdemic. Has anyone seen Birdemic? I think it's called Birdemic. Someone was talking about it. It's like some crazy horror, like I think it was called Birdemic. Some like horror movie that's one of the worst movies ever made. Am I making this up? Birdemic, shock and terror. A platoon of eagles and vultures attack residents of a small town. Gato Ghost says, my van, the steering column broke, can't turn left to right. That's no good. That's no good. Okay, this track is going to feature Molotov's 900th request. Mr. Roberts says it's bad, but it's almost funny bad. Like the room. Is that what the? I should do bad movie segments. Film. I should just find random people in my travels to be co-stars and just film crazy weird. I could just have, you know what I could do is I could film trailers for movies that don't exist, you know? With random people I meet. I bet some people would definitely be game for that, you know? Some random dude walks up, do you want to be in this weird little trailer for YouTube? Okay, I don't know if we'll beat the hour. We're gonna be close, I think. This is our third track we're making. Your prize is what if you find movie scripts and badly them? With copyright, well, I feel like they might still come after me, even though it's not anywhere near the same. You know? It's so crazy. But that would generate some funny stuff. Okay, here's our first beat. Media says in a grocery store you can be like, in a world where everything is vegan. Hey, Crook Brooks. I got Rosen. Also says maybe we could film some little clips without sound for you to edit and voice over into your trailers. Yeah. There's Rose and Mr. Robert. Okay, we got our beats. Check out our sounds. First up, Muty with Oodles of Bass. And then GD Bill Dark FM Drive. And then Chuck Baca Bluegrass Banjo. Watch with Galactic Sunrise. Oops. Muty with Tulip. And Mr. Robert with Hef, you had enough yet? Tubi, you need to be faster. Okay, I'll pick which sound starts the improv. So we've created 3 track templates. Whoops, I didn't mean to press that button. That's okay. We're going to do 2 more and then we'll start making the music. He says, what if you finish 5 songs in 2 hours? It's so unlikely, but we'll cross that bridge if we get to it. And is Hef, you had enough? Okay, we're going to make 1 more, or 2 more. We got to make 2 more tracks. Lounge track, no. Oh, did that not quit? I can't wait to have the new computer and hopefully this computer just... This is a draft, yes. Chills, imagine having a 10-song album. I think it's possible. I don't know, you never know, but I think the guitar remakes shows will have probably at least 7 or 8 tracks. Maybe more. And then some of the new show types that will be towards the end of next year, those shows might have 20 tracks. Oh, we need some drum. Has anyone not had drum loops? Oh, this could run. We could run into a problem with drum loops. I might have to manually do them. If you haven't requested drums, can you request drums? Tubi's set up to only let people get 1 drum loop a show, but on these, we might have to. There it goes. Okay, let's do our beats. I checked Discord. I checked Discord. It's so humiliating. It's like I go to the announcements category and every single message says 1 message hidden from likely spammer. I feel like I've got a Scarlet S. You know, I'm going to wear a Scarlet S the rest of my life. I don't think if my account does ultimately get deleted, which it's looking more likely what's going to happen. No, I did not get my account back. No, I created a new account. Yeah. I don't. There was no message saying that I'm banned from Discord. It's just that account has been disabled. So, but I could have done it right away. I just just haven't wanted to think about Discord, so I didn't make it a new account until just yesterday because I needed to. I wanted to back up our whole Discord, just in case. So I needed to get the codes for the different channels so I could back it up. So I had to log in. He says, in all fairness, your server ain't the same without you. Yeah. I mean, I'll be back eventually. We're gonna probably have to move. We're gonna have to give ownership of this server to a mod, and then the mod will pass it to me, my new account. It's such a headache. I don't know what's gonna happen to Tubi. I can't remember how I set up Tubi, so Tubi might actually disappear if my account gets deleted. I think. I don't remember how I did it, but I don't remember setting up an actual separate Tubi account. So I might have to redo Tubi, which I don't want to spend the time to do that. Okay, let's make these beats. Jazz says you could try an open source alternative, say goodbye to Discord. I mean, I seriously would consider that. My hesitation is that the problem with doing any platform that isn't mainstream is you just can't get people to it, right? Everybody's on Discord. Almost everybody on Twitch is going to be on Discord, so that the obstacle is very easy to get people onto it, right? So that's the issue. But what I am going to do is I am going to create an incentive to give me your email addresses. So that, I mean, it'll be optional. Obviously, it'll be optional, but Tubi's going to give unlock credit in exchange for email addresses. Because the whole experience made me realize how vulnerable, especially as someone who makes a living on the internet, how vulnerable I am when I'm dependent on these platforms that I have no control over. I don't ever want to be in that kind of position again where I literally can't reach out to people because drum kit. Is the EXS 909. And it's Pierre's first beat. Anyone just joining, we're doing our first ever concert stream, which at least the start concert streams are not that significant of a new feature. The only thing that's different is that I'm preparing the requests for 5 songs at the beginning of the show so we can move between songs quicker, theoretically. I mean, we're still limited by my loquaciousness, but we're on our 4th track that we're making. There's Pierre, and then Chills. But ultimately with concert streams, one of the things I want to try out is to have themes, very broad themes, not genres. So broad themes like dancey or heavy, which would mean distortion. So the songs over the course of a show fit into sort of a somewhat more of a cohesive collection than we normally have. But for that to happen, I need to be more versatile at guitar. So we got a ways. I need to be ready to be playing chords on the show for that to be the way I want it to be. So that's going to be a while. Hopefully only a couple months before I'm ready. Sounds. I mean, he says, my email address is easy. For security reasons, is my mother's maiden name, my first bet at Yahoo. Did I say hi to Nerf Termer? I think watch this kid is farming address to become an actual spammer. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Moses realized they have several dozen email addresses. Wonders how many of them kid might actually want. Back when spam was a real big problem, before spam filters were as good as they are now. I still do this sometimes. It's not really necessary anymore, but I own a domain name, and whenever I would sign, let's say the domain name was I can't think Spam King. What can I Spam King? SpamKing.com. So if I sign up on Amazon, my email address I would give them was Amazon@SpamKing.com. If I signed up at Barnes and Noble, it'd be Barnes and Noble at SpamKing.com. So that if I started getting emails sent to me from Amazon at Spam King from somebody else, I know that Amazon sold my address and I could just block that. Right? That was the idea. It's no longer really necessary, but this is just learn the F chord in guitar. You have to shift up. I know tons of chords, Pete. I know that's not the issue. It's the playing them in a way that doesn't make me want to quit music. Yeah, my time is horrific with chords, but I know a ton of chords. I know inversions. I know a lot of chords, but I just can't play them smoothly. I think it was Mo was asking about guitar effects. There is going to be something coming related, not exactly what you're asking, but there is going to be something related to guitar sounds. 2 things. which is actually, it is sort of what you're saying, but that'll be coming hopefully in a couple weeks. So I'm still planning every Saturday until I think it's April, having something new on the show. So this week it's this concert stream. Next week it's the guitar remake stream, and then it's gonna be unknowns. Y'all don't. It's gonna be surprises. Although I've hinted at some of them. Nord bass, and then we got the Brucinator. Mo says I own 3 domains right now, and I also have an email that's not too dissimilar. It's spam me at. Yeah. Wooden Flux. And then Luminous Chaos. Well, I'm not going to beat the hour, but Arbu Hitu from Mr. Robert. So we've made 4 of our tracks. We're going to make 1 more track, and then we're going to start making music. Mujma says I can't even remember how many domain names I own. Yeah, I own a lot of domain names. I think I own at least 10 or 15 domain names, including fakesponsors.com. I think I own tobeornottobot.com, and I own badly translated gameshow.com. I own what else? TommyNomadic.com. And then a bunch of things that are from my life before this show. These are some domains that are worth quite a lot now. Yeah, I don't think any of the domains I own are worth anything except to me. I mean, ETC Kid might be worth something someday because someone's going to create some chain of children's stores and call it ETC Kid and buy it, and that's how I'm going to retire. Hey to Tim Frund. Mucho mas. Mr. Sam McSamface is here. Okay, let's end this poll. Yeah, Rosen, we'll definitely be diversifying the guitar sound over time. I'm not very interested in spending time personally on sounds. So I only have 2 guitar sounds I'm using right now on the show because there's 3, I guess. I've used 3 sounds. So I'm going to put y'all to work to diversify my sound palette on guitar. Okay, Wooden Plucks. Okay, we're gonna make our last track, and then get to musicking. Can we do wah-wahs? We will be able to, yeah. Well, I need to get my pedal board connected to. But yeah, I actually own an actual wah-wah pedal, but it's just a hassle to deal with. It's just easy to do everything inside of the computer. Okay, let's see. Create new track. Oh, Rosen. Well, what I mean exactly is literally because I know there's people in chat that play guitar that enjoy sounds. So I'll give a. I'm not going to keep it a secret. I'll just let y'all know what the plan is. There's going to be ultimately unlocks where you can request sounds that already exist that we've already created, and then there's going to be an unlock that's going to be something called Guitar Creator or something. And what it will be is I'll open up what Neighborhood Watch just mentioned. It's something called Guitar Rig, and it's a guitar simulator. And the unlock will be something like the person who unlocked it gets 5 minutes to create the sound, and they just tell me what to do. They'll say, we want this amp head, we want these guitar effects, and they'll be able to sort of tell me exactly what they want, and we'll see it happen on screen as it's created. So that'll be an unlock. So I gave away one of the surprises, but that'll be coming in probably 2 or 3 weeks. That'll be coming. And there's a million options on this guitar rig thing. I mean, and then we'll save the preset, and it'll be something that can be requested in the future. Also, it'll be used on the song we're about to do, but once it'll be saved, and it'll be noted. It'll be a list of guitar sounds. It'll say created by Rosen. This sound with this guitar sound was created by Rosen. Wait, did I say this was a draft? I hope I did. I'm on autopilot. I really hope I said that was a draft. I don't think I did. Oh, no, that's okay. I think that's okay. We can start with this song. That's what we do. We start with this last one. That's what we should do. Yeah. But I shouldn't be on autopilot for that one step. I could really screw things up. Oh, Doug, the background music. Oh yeah, we're because we're on a roll. We're on our 5th track we've created. We're about to do we're starting our 5th track. Hey, Ex-Basta, welcome back. So, okay, drum kit on this track, the Neo Soul kit. Greetings from Spain, nice. Okay, first beat. Tim Frund. There's our first beat, and then help. Oh, look at those 16th note drums, the kick drums. Let's decrescendo them. So I'm not actually deleting these permanently. I just this is a faster way to do what I want to do. Okay, got our beats. Let's check out our... Oh, and this track also had a first request ever from Tim Frun's first drum loop. Congrats, Tim. And Molotov's 10th drum kit and Mucho Mas's 300th song. Sounds, we got Liverpool bass from Muti. And the Neighborhood Watch with short string. And then Miss Robert of Lice and Men. And Sweet as Tandy. Your Mama Don't with Operation Atomic Jenkins. Mujama's Machine Looper. Oh, now I have to get up. I was enjoying sitting down, taking it easy. Yeah, my issue with chords in my right hand is my strumming is I haven't figured it out yet. I'm okay. I'm pretty shaky still at just downstrokes, but up downstrokes I'm really bad at. So that's why you're not seeing me doing strumming. You will, but it'll be a while. Pieces, you're right-handed. I'm right-handed, yeah. So I should be good, right? I'm using my dominant hand. Pieces, finger picking is also an option. I'm even less skilled at finger picking. The amount of time I've spent on finger picking in my entire life is probably 10 minutes. So, yeah, I have no finger picking skills whatsoever. My only skills in guitar pretty much are single note playing with a pick. That's what I can do, sort of. And the next step is strumming. And then, someday in the far future, I'll do fingerstyle. But that's a long ways away. Because I think finger picking will suit your music better. I mean, in fairness to myself, there's a reason strumming is a little more difficult for me, is to get into guitar nerd territory. I use a very hard pick. I don't use a soft pick that most people use when they first start learning guitar. I use a hard pick, which is great for single note playing. But that means it's a lot more unforgiving for strumming. And then also the kind of strumming that would fit into the music that I do is not your sort of cowboy chords at the bottom of the neck. It's 3 and 4 note chords, which means you have to be very precise. You're not playing 6 strings at a time, you're just playing 3 strings at a time. So you have to be a lot more precise. And I'm just not there yet. I need more time. I am out of focus. I was in focus, but yes, thank you. You use 7. Yeah, I use Jazz 3s, which and the Gator. It's I don't know what it is, a 2, or no, it's a 1. It's a 1.3 or something. But I didn't like soft picks or even medium. But they're much better for they're much easier for strumming. I will say that. Oh, and thanks, Nerf, gifted a sub to Jazzy. Thank you. Oh, and your Mama Don't Dance name sound Danko. That's the limit of what you're going to hear me talk about guitar gear is picks. I'll talk about picks. That's all I'm going to talk about. Guitar picks. That's it. It's the only thing that matters as far as I'm concerned. And it doesn't even ruin, and that doesn't matter either. It only matters because I'm a beginner. If I wasn't a beginner, it wouldn't matter at all. Skilled guitar players could use a piece of glass or a cord or anything. They'd be fine. Hey, the electric blue. Okay, let's end this bowl. Oh, now my mic's too far away. You ever buy something that impacts sound? I agree. It impacts the sound, but it's that's not, to me, that's not a I think that a lot of, especially guitar players, I see this more in guitar. I've never seen it in any other instrument to the extent of guitar. Guitar players, I think I don't know what it is, why guitar players are so obsessed with gear more than any other musician. But my problem with it is that, to me, the most important thing is music, what we're expressing. And the sound that we use to express it is pretty superficial relative to the base level of what we're trying to express. And I think a lot of guitar players get into trouble because they forget that they're musicians. And that's what I mean is that absolutely a different kinds of guitars and different picks are going to sound different effects will sound different, but a skilled guitar player will make great music no matter what they have available to them. But if you go to Guitar Center, if you look at forums, it's very easy to be confused and think that that's not the case, and think that the only thing that matters is gear and that's how you sound good. So that's what I'm sort of, that's why I've got this, that's partly why I got this on here, right? It's my rejection of the obsession that guitar players have. Because I think it's really hurt guitar. It's not guitar's fault, but I think it's really damaged guitar in a lot of ways. Fortunately, I think that there's many guitar players that are free from it and are able to make music and not be sort of stuck in quicksand. But yeah. Let's see. Because I agree with some things that are a bit more like weighted keys you can do without, but rather not. Yeah, and I have personal preferences, absolutely. Let's see. I like your reasoning. What brand of bag should I get to improve my playing? Yeah, I prefer the small lunch bag size. Mostly I chose my guitar base, how comfortable it was to hold. I think that's a great reason. That's a really good reason. It's like, I there's a lot of guitar players that if you were to play metal with a jazz guitar, they'd be like, oh my gosh, they'd have a heart attack, which is idiotic. If I can express my true feelings, it's just insane. Any guitar you can put distortion on, okay, And the same thing, a guitar player sees someone playing a a jazz player sees someone using a flying V guitar in jazz. And so, oh my, they're guitars. They're both guitars. I'm sorry. They're the same thing. Okay? People act as if the difference between a solid body guitar and a hollow body guitar is the difference between a flute and a tuba. No. No. They're both guitars. Doesn't matter. Yeah, there's differences, but they're guitars. Cut to cam one. Yeah, I have to be careful about talking about guitar because I'll get real salty. More than raisins, more than copyright. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Time to accelerate. There we go. Thanks for those calps. Let's see, titles. Hug Queen, Future of Life. Feed Mouse, I Need Air. Hey, 5 years of Skyborg's here with Digital Sunset. Because you can also tube the guitar in open tuning, easy to make chords. Yeah, like I said, it's mainly an issue with my right hand. I'm just very particular about rhythm in guitar. Yeah, I'll get there. I just need more time. That's the main thing I'm working on now is actually is strumming and just getting that all figured out, because it'll be way more interesting when I'm incorporating strumming and stuff into the songs. Let's see. Jazzy, Suspicious Ways. Find drafts. Make draft new track. Let's see if this works. He says kid's a quick learner. Kid's gonna play altered 13 chords in like a month. Yeah, you know the main. Wait, did I click on that? Delete draft, yes. Rosen, yeah, remind me when I'm demoing the sounds. That's the best time to do it. Pieces play a lot of 6 chords of minor. Those are CPZ. Well, again, it's not so much my left hand that's the issue, it's my right hand. That's the main issue. It's a rhythm issue, not a chord issue, basically. Okay, Yalpic sound. Basically, it's what I've in learning an instrument as I get older. I mean, the main, and this is true at any point pretty much, but the most time intensive aspect of learning an instrument is the physical, the athletic part of it, not the theoretical, not the expressive. The physical is always going to take the most hours to actually get somewhere, and especially as I'm older, it's the physical thing. Memorizing the chords is not difficult, right? It's yeah. When I use Muffin's title, paper or plastic as a lyric. Piece is getting the muscle memory going, exactly. Yeah. basically with playing chords, if your right hand that's doing the strumming is, if your right hand can be almost like a machine. No matter what you do with your left hand, you're fine. You can be slow to get between the chords, but as long as that right hand is keeping that rhythm going, it's okay. But if you can't keep that right hand going, what you're doing with the left hand doesn't matter much. And that's where I'm at, is trying to get my right hand to be coordinated. Can you cheat with rhythm delays and such? I mean, rhythm and delays definitely can help mask rhythm issues for sure. But I mean, I don't want to have to use crutches. I want to be able to this is why I mentioned finger picking. Boost is just power with hammer-ons and pull-offs. No, I love strumming. I want to be able to, I mean, I'm not concerned. I just need to spend more time. I need more time to do, it'll happen. It'll all happen. I mean, basically, I miscalculated, and I figured that strumming, every guitar player pretty much can strum, right? And I figured that part would come really easily. So I focused on what I assumed would be the most difficult part of guitar, which is single note playing, right? Which most guitar players just strum, right? They don't ever do single notes. So I just assumed that would, and so that's where I devoted most of my time. And y'all might recall me talking about in like the summer and stuff, how I was having a hard time with what was supposed to be the easy part. And I was probably talking about chords, right? Because I just sort of realized I hadn't given myself enough time to devote to that. So I'm just sort of catching up. Oh, and hey to, welcome to, is it kitkatzzz? Welcome. And have a slice of my pecan pie charts here. And I don't question my, I'm glad I did it the way I did it, even though it means I'm not really, able to play chords really on the show at this point. Going into this, I had no idea if at my age I'd be able to play guitar the way I want to, and I still don't know that. I still don't know if I can. But like the amount I progressed from where I started gives me hope, right? And I think I just needed to not spread myself too thin. So I don't think it was a mistake to do it the way I did it. Because I was able to come into the show and have at least one thing that I felt okay about, as opposed to having nothing I felt okay about. Which is what would have happened if I had instead focused more energy on strumming to start out. I think I would have come in just feeling super discouraged. And I only feel a little discouraged, not super discouraged. Bass guitar. Bass guitar. Oh yeah, Rosen. So basically, yeah, yeah. After we do this poll, I can demo your sound. Yeah, this is a preload show where well, we did all the requests at the start of the show. If we have encores, we'll do additional. We'll do normal requests. Let's end this poll. Digital Sunset. Skyborg. Thank you, Skyborg. Skyborg's named it Digital Sunset. Now look how fast we're going to get from the title poll to the next track. Theoretically. If everything's loaded. I shouldn't speak too soon. No, it looks okay, I think. Look how fast it's going to go. Title Inspire, yeah. Okay, we're gonna start with Mole's drum loop. We already had our song poll. Oh, I need to oh, I gotta set the levels. I need to add a step. I forgot about that. I gotta set that's the one thing I have to do still. I can't do that in advance. So let me just set my levels for our sounds. Let's turn that way down. Music is turned downward to 11. Look at this. I'm already moving over here. Oh, I didn't turn on this though. Okay. This is what happens if someone unlocks 4 on the floor. It would need to be an encore. Yeah, it'd be an encore. So there's some downsides to the expedited process. Okay. Here we go. Time to accelerate. sail across these troubled waters. We're trying to find our lost sons and daughters. Help us sail across these troubled waters. Stretches as far as we can see. It's time that we take our leave. The wind blows only that way once. Gotta take our chance before the storm fronts come. Say goodbye to the cozy bells. Say goodbye to our houses and our deep blue wells. We're gonna sail across those troubled waters, 'cause we ain't nothing without our lost sons and daughters. We all pray for safe, smooth waters, but that ocean, it rebels. And out from the depths of hell, a Leviathan comes with the waves that swell. Yeah, the wind blows hard, throws us left and right. The waves crash, feels like it'll never end this dark night. cast me from its greedy mouth onto that rusty shore. And I was the only one that made it across these troubled waters. I'm the only one left to find our lost sons and daughters. And as I looked up from that sandy beach, I saw buildings that rose straight to the sun. Where have I gone? What have I begun? The cities in the far future. Those city streets like a shadow in a land without a sun. I'd come this far, across troubled waters. I wasn't gonna stop till I found my sons and daughters. Thanks for those caps. Is the camera tight and not moving right? Why am I so askew? Anyway, okay, let's see. Thanks for those scalps. Titles. Through Muffin 91 with Are They Listening? kitkatzzz with Light of Sorrow. Chugbaka with Well Diving. Oh, Rose, and I forgot to play your sound. I'll get it eventually. Sorry. Rose and Future in Their Hands. He says, what a great story. I hope we hear more written lyrics in future as well, because your story magical. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Well, I'm going to shout out, I used a lot of lyric inspiration. I'll shout those out in just a moment. Get this up on the board. Oh yeah, so for lyric inspiration from Chugbaka, I took Cozy Bells. From kitkatzzz, I took Cities in the Far Future. From Hug Queen, Troubled Waters. Also Wind Blows Hard from Hug Queen. And Ocean Rebelling from 5 Years of Skyborg. Oh, thanks, Zachalope. 4-month sub. Thank you. Oh, did I remember to mark guitar on the last track? I did, okay. So what was on this track? Just voice, Melodica, and a little bit of Rhodes. Let me shout out some other titles. Bati Builder to be Starneck with Power for the Mind. Muty Makes Me Lose Control. Davy Jones Locker. Chugbaka Snap Into a Kit Kat. Your Mama Don't Dance, Your Dougie Don't Rock and Roll. New Wave Music. Rose of My Greatest Memories with You. 5 Years of Skyborg. Dirge of the Departed. Oh, Rosen became Rosen. Oh, is it Say My Name? Oh, I see. Me, Rosen, then Rosen. I haven't checked Say My Names in a while, have I? Your Mama Don't Dance, Your Dougie Don't Rock Roll became the Doug Abides. Staffy became Staff Side of the Games. Chugbaka is now Rowdy Chugar. 5 Years of Skyborg is now Skyborg OG. And the sea cast me from its greedy mouth onto that rust. Oh, good night, Pete. Let's end this poll. Was that a week ago, Rose? And I'm that far behind on Say My Names? And kitkatzzz, first ever title, Light of Sorrow. Thank you, kitkatzzz. So kitkatzzz, this song it'll be on the album. For today's show, it'll be on as an individual video up on YouTube, and you'll get credit on both as having named it. But yeah, congrats on the first title. Rosen, what's the sound code? Do you remember? It's so crazy. I'm ready to do the next track. Oh wait, I gotta get my sound levels first. That's the step I forget about. JKH was it? Okay. What did I just press? Okay. Was that it? That's a cool sound, JKH. Wow, I'm ready. I might get tired of this format, but at least first show, I love it. It's already time. This is the shortest time in between songs we've ever done, I think. 7.5 minutes. Here we go. Time to etceterate. Oh, a title inspire. Let's see. Let's see. Title inspire. I'm not on my title inspire screen. I'm just gonna come up with something. So I use a gerund in your title. A gerund is when you take a verb and you add ing. So I just saw the sound evaporating neutronium. So you just take a verb, add ing somewhere in your title. That's the inspiration. Okay. you bumping your knuckles right up against my face? What, am I in the wrong part of town? Did I go into the wrong kind of place? You say your name is Mr. King Sprinkles. You don't look like a king, but you sure got enough wrinkles. Yeah, why your knuckles bumping right up against my face? I guess I came to the wrong part of town and made my way right into the wrong kind of place. There's a preacher on the corner saying he can save my soul, but all I can think about is where those knuckles hit my nose. Yeah, I'm thinking about it, thinking about what I'm doing here. Yeah, I'm thinking about it, thinking about it, what I'm doing here. I'm the Etc. Kid, and I host a live show on Twitch that's one of the most interactive experiences you'll find on the web. Normally when you watch a concert, it's a pretty passive experience. But on this show, you actually can help shape the music we create, even if you have no musical background. Here's how it works. There's a live chat room, and before each song, you can request the sounds I use and the speed and the key of the music. And the drum beats for each song are generated from your usernames using software I wrote. I take the basic musical ingredients you give me and layer by layer, turn them into something on the spot. Everything is completely improvised from scratch. Because I don't have anything planned in advance, no melodies, no chords, it means each request you make has a profound impact on the end result. And your requests make every song sound pretty different. As you watch these songs come into existence, you also get to help name them. Symphony of a Madman. Enigma has named our 1000th track on Twitch. That's what makes this show so different. You have a direct impact on your experience, and your contributions are encouraged and celebrated by our amazing community. So please drop by, make a request, and become a part of our next song. Good night and good luck. I'll see you soon. Thanks for those calps. And thank you to a couple streams for the raid. Thank you so much. If the couple streams is probably taking a much deserved break, but if you're still here, thank you so much. I hope you had an awesome stream. Folks who came over with a couple streams, what was your favorite song that you heard a couple streams play today? And was there anyone who heard a couple streams for the first time? Let me get these titles. And I played that little video for y'all. Everything is improv. Oh, Sam says Pure Imagination's debut. Nice. I do all improv on this show, but it's improv that grows out of requests that people in chat make. People request the sounds and the speed of the music. I turn people's names into the beats. So you came in on an improv, and we're going to start another improv in about three minutes. Here's our titles. We're going to name the previous track we just finished. It could be Pulping Fiction from Doug, Casting Our Lines for Hug Queen, Stranded Hitchhiker from Rowdy Rowdy Sugar, or Nerve Tremors Jamming on Funkotron. I use some people's titles as lyric inspiration. Shaving Our Souls. Miss Robert, I'm thinking about it. Beauty Makes Me Lose Control, Bumpy Knuckles. Bumpy Knuckles Up Against My Face. Nerve Tremor. Oh, and then, oh yeah, those are the ones, yeah. Oh, and look at that, 56 months sub from Couple Streams. Thank you so much. 56 months. Sam with a 30-month sub. Thank you, Sam. Oh, Mr. Robert gifted a sub to kitkatzzz. Thank you, Mr. Robert. 33 gifted subs. Rosa named a sound Jolt Kicked Hydrogen. Oh, welcome back to Garlic Regret and I Love Twitch Music. And Nurai Doobie. How are you, Nurai Doobie? And Never Without Music, welcome back. Oh, what did I do on this track? We had some voice. guitar. Did I? Oh, flute. I played flute. And what else? There was one other thing. Oh, I did a little Fender Rhodes. Yeah, welcome to Luiso, Defnod Sarah, BR Selson, Marcus Boz, Harold Sparked, Tarragon 33, Pat Muntz, Roika LOL, No Iron 7, Bombdog 1244, Z Forgotten 1, Peter Henley, Nats Red, Kubel Reasons here, Brukos is here, Soul Vibes, John O'Groats, Dallas Chaos, Dizzy's here, Ashton Poodle, Gabu Made It 13, Searson, Aurora Lake. Let me shout out a few more titles the chat came up with. Cool Breeze and Soft Plucks and Wild Raids. Muchama Shredding Before Bed. Miss Robert, oh, I already did that one. Soul Vibes Life of a Proclaimed Movie Star. Hug Queen, Grinding Style. Oh, Tommy. Yeah, I haven't. For anyone who hasn't heard, I have big plans. I'm going to be moving my show and my life and myself and my robot Tubi into a van beginning sometime next year, and I'm going to continue streaming. I'm going to be traveling around the country, and I'm also be making this YouTube show. It's called the Tommy Nomadic Show. So I'm ETC Kid, but I'm also Tommy Nomadic and a variety of other things. And the Tommy Nomadic Show, even if you're not interested in this show, you might enjoy the Tommy Nomadic Show. It's a travel vlog variety show. Two things that, as far as I know, have never been combined. So it's gonna has IRL stuff of me where I am traveling in places, sketches, game show segments, my attempts at comedy. Which clip should I play? What do y'all which one? What do you think I should play if I play a clip? Aerosparks, solar panels with inverter plus safe batteries. Yeah, lots of batteries, tons of batteries. I'm gonna need a lot of power. You want to see fake sponsors? Well, okay, so this is a little segment. There's a game show segment, and you're gonna see the end of the game show. Then you're gonna see this little segment from fake sponsors. I'll do just to give you an idea. But if you want to sub, I haven't posted on YouTube the first episode. Chat's seen it. I debuted it last week, but it'll be up on YouTube, and then new episodes coming soon as well. But here I'll play just a short excerpt. I'll play two short excerpts. Here's the first one. Don't go away. We'll have the answer for you after a word from our sponsors. Please buy these fake products from our fake sponsors. We are live with my Twitch community. Okay, that's the first little segment, just to give you an idea of the range of things we do on the show. I'll do one other thing.
Sponsors willing to work.
Is the Tommy Nomadic Show.
He knows the world ain't flat and it ain't round. It's shaped just like a fish, so he's always angling. It's suddenly penguin.
Okay, that's just a quick taste. But if that interests you at all, You can sub to this channel on YouTube. There's nothing there yet, but there will be. But there's a part of, the theme of what I do on this show is getting y'all involved in making music, right? You don't have any music experience, but every song I make exists because of your contributions. And the Tommy Nomadic show is going to have a lot of that kind of idea, where I'm going to be drawing on creative ideas from chat on Twitch and on YouTube. There's a video. I've done a lot of I don't want to say a lot, but I've done a fair amount of storytelling. And there's a segment on the Tommy Nomadic show, that first episode, where I filmed a story that was inspired by suggestions chat gave me. Chat gave me a location, a character name, a bunch of different things, and I had to make a story. There'll be lots of things like that. So if that intrigues you at all, okay, let's see. Let's send this poll. But if you're interested in van life, I'll be doing a lot of stuff about van life, which I have zero experience in, but I will have more and more experience in as time goes on. And Hug Queen's named that song Casting Our Lines. Casting Our Lines. So, we're going to actually jump right into a song. Until recently, well, most of the time, before each song, we go through the requests, so you can sort of see what everyone's requested, and you see the drums made. We're doing something a little different today's show. We did all the requests at the start of the show rather than between songs, so we could sort of go between songs more quickly. But just know that I have no idea about what I'm about to do. I'm just going to make it up, and I'm going to use some beats that were generated at the start of the show from some people's names, and we're going to use some sounds, which actually I will play the sounds just so I remember what they are. So these are the sounds I'm going to have to make up a song with. Hopefully they're good. Banjo. Whatever that is. And which sound do I have to start on? Okay, 6. But new folks, I'd love to get your help naming this song. So as soon as I start improvising, you're going to see people in chat running the title command, which you probably saw because you came in during a song. So you saw that already. So you can suggest as many titles as you want. And then when the song ends, I'll pick 4 of them and chat will vote. Okay. Here we go. Oops, get the light show turned on. Okay, I think I got it. Here we go. Time. Thanks again, Couple Streams. Thank you so much. Couple Streams have been just incredible supporters of this channel, and I'm ever grateful. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Okay. Whoops. Time to iterate. You're a world away, it feels sometimes. Even though you're just across town, you're a world away, it feels sometimes. We live in a big place, we're all stuck in a rat race. We live in a big place, stuck in a rat race. We're all scurrying, we're all hurrying. We're all scurrying, we're all hurrying. We live in a big place, we're stuck in a rat race. We live in a big place, we're stuck in a rat race. Thanks for those calps, everybody. Let's see titles. John O'Groats, Dystopian Rhetoric. Cool Breeze in Sight of the Unseen. Hey, Megs. Staff side of the game's Jigsaw Muzzle. Muty with the Maze. Okay. Have I been stretching? No, I should. I use some titles as lyric inspiration. Hug Queen World Away, Hug Queen Big Place. Oh, thanks, Ethan USA. Thank you. Hey, and Arctic Souls here. User McName. Hey, Scary Crazy Butter Knife. I do like usernames. I feel like you've used that line before, though. Hey, New. Let's see. Scary Crazy Butter Knife. Not even once? Is a good name. Some other titles. Ashen Poodle with Where Did I Leave the Keys to the Spaceship? Arctic Soul, Door Dashing Mice of Men. Mr. Robert, Aurora Australis. kitkatzzz, Galaxy Full of Imagination. Rosen, Graphing the Equation. Ratty Sugar, Kicked in the Bumper. The Doug Abides with 5 o'clock banjo. That's a really good one, Doug. The 5 o'clock banjo. Oh man. Okay, let's see. Doug Abides is now a chord Doug Ian. Oh, thanks, Scary Crazy Butter Knife. Playing Kerbal Space Program. Nice. Okay, let's end this poll. So normally after each song we do requests, but today's a different show. We're experimenting with a new format. Oh, and Cool Reason's named it Sight of the Unseen. Sight of the Unseen. Thanks, Cool Reason. Yeah, we're experimenting with a new format where chat makes all the requests at the start of the show. And then I just go, after we do titles, we just go right to the next song pretty much. All I have to do is just check my sounds. Whoops. Okay, so these are the sounds I'm going to improvise with on this track. Let's see, what is Jack giving me? We got... four basses. Three basses. Status is so late, folks get no requests. Not unless there's an encore, yeah. There is a downside to this format. That's the downside. The upside is we get between songs quicker. And I get a break from logistics. Let's see. Simplifies things for me. Pierre says not so much quicker. We've been a lot faster tonight, Pierre. I think every in between has been under 10 minutes, whereas normally it's like 20 to 30 minutes between songs. Let's see, where are we at right now? According to Tubi, we ended the last song 8 minutes ago. Almost all except the guitar end, yeah. Yeah, that got out of control. I have to be careful. I can sound mean when I'm talking about guitar stuff. Here we go. See, we're ready to go. 9 minutes. Time to accelerate. drifting to the sky. The mountains are drifting. We're tired of our trouble, tired of our lives. The mountains are drifting to the sky. Rivers are solid. The rivers are solid, solid as stone. Rivers are tired of coming to our homes. Thanks for those calps. I don't know why that's showing the goal van. It should show the day goal. Did that happen yesterday? I gotta figure out that's not supposed to happen. I should try to figure that out after the show. How I remember. Thanks for those calps. Let's see our titles. Molotov Cocktail Sunrise on Mars. Arctic Soul with Melting Ice. "5 Years of Skyborg Last Gunfighter." And kitkatzzz Monument of Reasoning. Oops. Did that twice. I screwed that up. Oh well. I used some title, well just one I guess. One title's lyric inspiration, Skyborg's Drifting Mountains, which I thought was an awesome image. Drifting Mountains. Electric Boost says, mountains drifting? I thought you normally go drifting on the mountain roads. Should I go drifting in my van when I get it? I'm gonna be so risk averse when I get this vehicle. Rosen, yeah, this is the last track unless we get an encore, but we need the gold day first, so most likely the last track, yes. Let me shout out some other titles. Pierre with Guitars Gone Wild. 5 Years of Skyborg, Sonic Truffle Shuffle. Mucho Mas Chordal Modalities. Soul Vibes, Summer Nights in Tokyo. Cool Reason, Small Child Big World. Staff Side of the Games, Overheard in an Uber. Muty Makes Me Lose Control, Sonic Blanket Crush. kitkatzzz, Framed Stars. Rose and Fleeting Future. Rowdy Rowdy Trigger, Peppermint Breath. Accord Doug Ian, Solar Elevator. Molotov Cocktail, Floating Hills and Shimmering Seas. Arctic Soul, The Octopus Wiggles. Because can we get hydraulics for the van so we get that bounce action going? Blue says, come visit in the winter. You can drift at 5 kilometers per hour. Okay, let's end this poll. It's a tie. Let's break our tie. Eros has chosen option 4. That's kitkatzzz. Kitkatzzz, 2 titles in a show. Monument of Reasoning. Thank you, kitkatzzz. That track now known as Monument of Reasoning. I like this sound that on the guitar that it basically turns the guitar into a keyboard in a way, but you get the attack of the guitar because it's just the notes. They go forever. They never end. I love it. Oh, thanks, Soul Vibes. You know what I'm going to do? Technically, we're done, but I'm going to sit down and we can hang out for a few minutes before the... Well, we'll do the post-show. We'll do the post-show stuff. And then I'm going to sit down and hang out with y'all for a little bit. I'll show you my latest van design. And y'all can tear it apart. Tell me it's a stupid idea. You can give me constructive criticism. But yeah, we'll do our post-show. We'll do the post-show stuff first so we can get it marked. Our tracks, we are live from Cavernous Civilization. We did 5 tracks. And look at that, 5 tracks that were all over 15 minutes. That's the advantages of the concert stream. We did Digital Sunset, Light of Sorrow, Casting Our Lines, Sight of the Unseen, and Monument of Reasoning. Skybird says, curious stuff that won't fit in the van, storage or ETC auction. Storage, yeah. Well, I'll talk about that in just a sec. Let's see. Let's do our go to show. Okay. Let's do our thank yous. Our superstar mods we had. Whoops, it's not happening. Superstar mods: Brucos, Kuberies, and Megs, and Tubi. Thanks again to Couple Streams for the raid. We had gifted subs from Mr. Robert to kitkatzzz, Nerf Dermer to Jazzy, 56 months up for a Couple Streams, 30 for Sam, 4 for Zackalope. Thanks to all our lurkers and chatters. These 21 folks you see on screen either named our current tour, named a venue, named one of our songs, and made a request to one of the songs. We featured 391, a Core Doug Ian, Beautiful Chills, Brother Wolf, Cool Breeze, and Duel, 5 years of Skywork, GD Bill, Hug Queen LD, KitKatz, Molotov Cocktail, Mr. Robert Muchamas, Muty Makes Me Lose Control, Neighborhood Watch, Pierre TV, Rose, and Roddy Sugar, Staff Side of the Games, Tim Front, and Weird Geckos. I was thinking, I'm gonna do that again. I wanna start low and go up. Let's see what this is like. We featured 3 Muffin Over 91, a Core Doug Ian, Beautiful Chills, Brother Wolf, Cool Reason, Duel, 5 years of Skyborg, GD Bill, Hug Queen LD, KitKatz, Molotov Cocktail, Miss Robert Muchamas, Muty Makes Me Lose Control, Neighborhood Watch, Pierre TV, Rose, and Roddy Sugar, Staff Side of the Games, Tim Front, and Weird Geckos. Okay, I just wanted to try that. Sugar says hashtag fake sponsors. What was the second lyric I did for that? I did the gold toilet, right? That was the second one. I think I mentioned I filmed 10 different versions with different lyrics. because I knew I'm not gonna be able to set all that stuff up and get the wig on and get the eyeliner on and. Oh, thanks. Never without music. So yeah, we're gonna hang out for a little bit. I'll show y'all my van latest. There we go. Back to color. Oh, I need to get my, yeah, I focused a little too far away. Yeah, so Skyborg, I've don't have that much left that I'm gonna sell. So most of what I have in this room, I mean, my entire life is in this room. I don't have very much stuff for someone of my age. You know, when you think about it, I mean, the average person my age lives in a house and has multiple rooms in the house with furniture, and so yeah, I have very little stuff outside of music gear and video gear. So yeah, the Rhodes sadly will not come in the van. Doug says it's a blessing. Yeah, I don't. I'm looking forward to having even less. I'm not the neatest guy, if y'all noticed, and you know, it's easier to be organized when you have less stuff that can get disorganized. Yeah, this mixer will not be going. This mixer is not in great condition, so I wouldn't be able to sell it for much. So it's the kind of thing where it makes more sense just to keep it in storage. It would cost so much to replace it. It's better just to keep a semi-working one. But I'm not going to need it. The new audio interface that I bought in like August or something. Once we have one computer, it's actually going to serve the purpose of this. So I won't need this anymore anyway. Theoretically. Soulvive says, you could live a minimal lifestyle. Yeah, I think the way my brain tends to work is I have tunnel vision with whatever I'm working on at the moment. I get pretty narrow-minded in a way too. So as long as I have the tools I need for what I'm doing, then I'll be fine. That's what, you know, as you'll see in my van build in a moment, it sort of it illustrates sort of what my priority is. You know, most van builds, you sort of see what's important to the person, right? They'll have this enormous bed, or they'll have this incredible kitchen area in their van, you know. And I'm gonna have neither of those things. Skyberg says, it's all perspective in Japan. You'd like to be considered a hoarder, yeah. Mita says, stuff only holds you back. If you had a house, you would be as prolific as you are, right? I mean, you just have to worry about so many more things. I mean, there's reasons to having a place, and it's a lot easier to share a life with somebody when you have a place. There are definitely people who live in vans together. I would never be able to. I could not do that. I could not live with another person in a van. I don't know how they do it. The van lifers, the couples and stuff, I don't know how they do that. But yeah, kitkatzzz, what instruments? I'm going to bring the soprano sax and the flute and the trumpet, the melodica, and guitar, and a MIDI keyboard. I probably won't bring all the little stuff. I barely ever use the little stuff, and I just don't want to deal with it in the van anyway. I will not bring the baritone. Well, with this new van, since I'm getting the bigger van, it might actually be easy to bring the guitar. I think I might have a slot for a different instrument I bring at different times, right? Because eventually, someday, I would like to play acoustic guitar. I do have the awesome guitar that Fallrate gave to me. So I think I'll have sort of a rotating cast, and I'll just put things in, take things out of storage and stuff. But Rose has some stuff in storage, be stored at his friend's place. Yeah, the instruments I'm not going to put in storage. I'll store them at somebody's house, like the Rhodes. I'm not going to put that in a whatever the storage place, whatever they're called. Yeah, but I've got like I said, my whole life is in this room, so I've got files and stuff I'm not a nostalgic person, but I felt like I should keep some stuff, so I have boxes of a few boxes of just things from my life, and stuff like that. I'll just put in storage, and then I've got a you see these purple tubs, right? I've got a purple tub that is just extension cords and power strips, right? Which I've used. There have been times where I've used most of the things in that tub, but I certainly don't need those in the van, so that'll go in storage. But replacing that, it's a lot of money to replace that many cables. I've got a box that's just mic cables, right? Which would be very expensive to replace, but I don't need more than a couple in the van. So all that stuff will go into storage. So I'll show you all this. It's not exciting to look at. It's not some three-dimensional thing. It's two-dimensional because unlike most van builds, which are very three-dimensional in a way, what I'm doing can be summed up two-dimensionally. That's how simple it is. Rose says a small storage unit can be expensive. I think one that's 3x8 is $150. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to find a storage place sort of in the middle of nowhere, because they're so much cheaper. I noticed, the ones in cities or near cities. I saw some more prices, Rosen, but ones that are 30 miles from at least, there you get things for. I think all I probably need is a 3x3 or a 4, something very small. Yeah. Okay, I'll show you all this. Did I close my window? Is there anything on screen that I shouldn't show? exposing my secret life. It's be hard to tell. I'm gonna have to shrink it down a lot. Would 40% would fit? Can I not go to 40%? That's lame. Oh, that fits. Uses last time I saw your real name, I think it was admin. Okay, so there's nothing there that's problematic, right? Yeah, it's all fine. Right? Okay. I'm not worried about any of y'all. It's just, you know, some random person who's not really a friend of our channel. Okay. Like I was saying, you know, you can sort of see a lot about somebody based on their van build, what's important to them. And the most important thing to me is I want to have a space that I can be productive in, working, that I can do the show in and feel like I'm not being, you know, not claustrophobic. And then, and also that I can film in stuff for the Tommy Nomadic show. Because, you know, the romantic idea of van life, I think that a lot of first-time van lifers is that they're going to be outside all the time and things going to be just all rainbows and sunbeams. But that's not reality, right? Inevitably, there's me days where it rains or it's too hot or humid or whatever. And so I think it's really important to basically be able to function in the van without leaving it if you have to, right? You know, some people build it where their kitchen is outside. They have to pull out a drawer in order to cook, which is great if it's beautiful out, but it's a bummer if it's raining. So, you know, but anyway, so this is not an overhead view, right? This is because basically what it's going to be like, and this might change, is the van is going to basically be in thirds. The front third of the van is where the seats are, obviously, the driver's seat. And then the middle third is just going to be an open space. Nothing there. I want that big open space to be about 6 feet by 6 feet of just empty space. And then the back 5 feet of the van, assuming I get the size that I'm thinking of, is basically going to be this structure. So you're looking as if you're sitting in the van and you're just looking at the back of the van. And one of the things that I want to be able to do is very easily do shows outside and also work outside. But I don't want to have to haul all this gear outside and set up, and then I know that I'll get sick of that the first time. I'll have patience to do it one time and never again. I'll get so frustrated. So that makes it very tricky. How do I have a setup that works inside and outside with the minimal amount of work to get it, right? Because I'm going to have a simplified setup. It's still, you know, it's a fair amount of stuff. I'm going to have a keyboard with all these things, MIDI thing. There's still a lot of stuff, right? So here's the big idea, which maybe not going to work, but if you see, the only way to get the right height for the keyboard is both outside and inside, is if when I'm inside I work from the ground, right? So I'm actually seated on the floor of the van, essentially. It's not exactly that. That way the keyboard's at the right height, so that then if I slide the keyboard outside, I can stand up and play the keyboard outside the van. So that's what this is right here. This is sort of the keyboard area. And the idea is that there's a platform that's on extension arms that go out, that are like very heavy duty, that can go out about 5 feet either direction. And on the extension arms is a lazy Susan, so I can spin the keyboard to the right direction, because when I'm inside the van I need the keyboard to be facing one direction. When I'm outside of the van I need the keyboard to be the opposite direction. So that's what this space is right here. Now, to be the right height, I'm gonna need a platform actually to be seated on during that time. And at one point I thought about having a platform, on the floor and just raising the floor, but the problem with that is that means that that reduces my available height vertically the rest of the time. And I want to be able to film standing up in the van with a decent amount of headroom. And the van I'm thinking about getting has, it's the empty cargo van is about 81 inches, but I'm going to lose, I'm going to lose about 3 inches to the floor and the ceiling, and I'm 6 feet, and so I still want at least 4 or 5 inches above my head when I'm filming, because otherwise it's claustrophobic. If you're filming and the camera is just above somebody's head, you want a little bit of space. So what this is right here is going to probably be my bed, and also essentially my chair that I sit on when I'm at the keyboard. And this will be about it'll stick out a bunch more. It'll be 6 feet, and I'll basically roll it out when I want to sleep, or when I want to be sitting and working on that. And it'll be all my clothes will be in there, so I can just sort of lift up, and there'll be a very thin pad. Some of y'all know I've been once I started thinking about this, I actually started sleeping on the floor, and I've been sleeping on the floor in this room since July with just the carpet, and I'm totally used to it, so I don't need much. Rose says, do you have a picture of the van you're looking at? Yeah, it's here, let me see. It's this kind of vehicle. So it has the Ford Transits have the highest roofs of any of the cargo vans. Even Ford Sprinter. What is it? Mercedes Sprinters. They are I think 6'2" inside, and these are 6'6" inside. Oh yeah, blue. So this is you're staring straight at the back of the van. So this is the floor of the van. This is the ceiling. So the doors, the rear doors are right. Would be right here. Does that make sense? Or here's another way of. I had started making a Lego model of it over the summer. I haven't really updated it, but sort of if this is the van and the front seats are right here, it's the back of the van. So you're looking straight at the back of the van. Roses is essentially a cargo van, like a mail delivery van. Yeah. Pierre says that's such a tiny space. Well, the thing is, this is a bigger vehicle, right? Originally, I was planning on getting a minivan, which would be much smaller than this. So basically, and I'd done the math. That's what all these things here are. these tabs, I figured out every single thing I'd need in the vehicle, and I was able to fit that in the minivan. But I did that 2 days traveling, doing all that filming for the Tommy Nomadic show, and I just realized that trying to do filmmaking and dealing with just all the different things that go into filmmaking as one person by myself, I just realized it was going to be really a nightmare. Scary Crazy Butter Knife says those 4 transits are kind of troublesome. I see them get scrapped a lot. Yeah, the problem, Crazy Butter Knife, is that all of the options are bad. They all have problems, because there's 3 options if you want high roof fans like this. There's Pro Masters, Ram Pro Masters, and there's Sprinters, Mercedes Sprinter vans, right? And at least in the van life community, what I've found is that the Pro Masters seem to have the most problems, but the Sprinters can be hard to find someone to fix it sometimes, because you got to find a Mercedes dealer, versus the Ford Transits there's just a lot more options and they're more reliable. But yeah, there's no good option. Every option is going to have issues, or there's the risk of issues. So basically in the lower levels is where all the heavy stuff will be. On one side I'll have all the batteries, on the other side I'll have all my water. This will also be a pull-out, a long pull-out. All of these will be long pull-outs, pull-out drawers essentially, or platforms. And then this right here will be an instrument rack, so a vertical thing that I'll slide out, and the instruments will be hung on it, but it'll slide both ways, so when I'm outside of the van I can slide it out for the shows that are outside. And then it's sort of an awkward little space. The reason it's right there is because it has to be there in order to get through the door, because the door doesn't go all the way up to the edge of the van. Doug says, I'm still pro box truck, old U-Haul. Yeah, I think the drive, for me, the driving of it, and I just don't need that much space in a box truck. I think that would be way more space than I need. And one of the appeals of the van is that it's gonna be very obvious that I'm in a van when we're doing the show, which I think is gonna be really valuable. Because I can get all the shots of when we're doing the show in the van. The camera's going to be pointed at the windshield, so you'll see my face and you'll see the windshield behind me, so we'll still get a sense of where we are. Blue says an ambulance was another suggestion. Yeah, I know a lot of van lifers have done the ambulance route. That's the same thing. I mean, the ambulances, they're pretty heavily built already, which is cool if you want all that stuff, but those are separated from the cab, and I think it'll be really beneficial to have that shot, the shot of the windshield, basically, because if I'm in a box truck, unless I were to install windows, it's nobody's gonna know where I am. Unless I tell them. Skyward says, not too late to consider a short school bus. I constantly see them at auction. Yeah, a school bus, I'd be more inclined for a school bus versus, say, an ambulance or a box truck, because I can still get that shot of the windshield, and there's lots of windows and it's an iconic look. But there's a big downsides to having lots of windows on the rest of the vehicle, and those I don't want to spend a lot of money at all, because I don't have a lot of money and I'm still in debt from the show from 5 years ago, from starting the show. But I also don't want to go into this feeling like I'm in a vehicle that might break down at any moment, and that might be extremely difficult to fix. So that's the hesitation of getting. Most school buses is going to be very old that you're going to be able to get, and so I'm hesitant. But I'll keep. I mean, I haven't made any decisions until I actually pay money. It's like we can change, but I don't think I need that much space. Like literally, this vehicle is going to be almost as much space as I have in this room. So, and I do want to spend some time in cities, and this vehicle is a lot bigger than I'd even intended originally, right? But it's still at a size you can fit in normal parking space. I don't want to be spending a ton of time just trying to find somewhere to park when I'm in cities and stuff. And then, yeah, so a bunch of drawers here that are pull-outs, and then there can be more storage up here. This area will just be big and open. Oh, and I missed a message from Scary Crazy Butterknife says, "What's your time frame? How long can you live this way?" The goal is to get the vehicle basically as soon as we get to the van goal, to try to find it and buy it, and hit the road by late spring. Now, finding vans is almost impossible right now. That they're literally, it makes more sense right now to buy a new van. The prices are so insane for used vehicles. The problem with getting a new van, in addition to the price, but again, the price is not that much. I mean, it is cheaper to buy a new van right now than to buy a 2-year-old van. Why is it cheaper? Because you're going to have to wait a while for the new van to get to you. You can't just go to the lot and buy a new van. They just aren't there. You can't buy new vans on lots. You have to order them. So, but how long am I going to do this? I have no exit strategy. Is that the terminology? I'm going into this. It might be the rest of my life, or it might be 2 years or something. I don't know, but I don't see it being any less. I can't imagine it be any less than a year, and most likely it'd be. I tend to, when I go somewhere, tend to do it for a while. So unless the only thing I could see derailing is if I had a major health problem, which I don't expect, or maybe if I had family that had some sort of major issue. But even then, I could still live in the van, right? Even if I had to go somewhere to help out, I could still live in the van. So I don't see it. Basically, until I'm out of debt, it's hard to see returning to a normal house. I'm just so sick of the stress I've been under for the last 5 years financially. I want to be in a situation that feels just more sturdy. Is that the safe? I don't know. Which most people thinking of living in a van wouldn't think of that being it, but to have much lower expenses in most situations. I mean, if I'm going to have significant van payments most likely, but he says you have your own bed with you wherever you go. You got the best life. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I mean, it's like in the video, the Tommy Nomadic video I did, I talked about my fears, and the only fear that the most significant of the fears is that it's going to be difficult to have a routine, which is very important for my mental well-being. I need structure. I need self-imposed structure, not external. I don't do well with external structure. I need self-imposed structure. But I mean, if that becomes a struggle, what can I do? I'll just find a place and I'll stay for long stretches. I won't travel a lot. I'll find an awesome place in the desert and I'll stay there for 3 weeks or a month. And then when I'm ready to go somewhere. So I feel like all the challenges are I can deal with. The only one that I could think of would be if some crazy health issue, which that can be, that where it wouldn't be realistic anymore. He says, we will be your routine, give us content at set intervals. Yeah, no, that's the plan, Muty, for sure. I know that when I have pressure on me, up to a point, there's certain kinds of pressure that is good, right? I don't like the financial pressures of life, but in terms of expectations, it's very good for me to have shows every week. That's been very good for my mental health. And having the Tommy Nomadic episodes that I've got to keep churning out, those two things I think will give me the kind of structure. Even when things are chaotic, they provide a structure that will make it work, I think. The boy Kumar says, do you live with others, family, wife? I'm a single lonely old man, boy Kumar. No, yeah, right now I would be in the van by myself. At some point I would love to get a dog, but I'm not going to do that to start. I'm still, I had a dog, and I'm still, it takes time to, at least for me, it takes time to feel ready after losing well, he went back to space, right? He didn't, but he left me. So yeah, and also I think I know a lot of van lifers who do it. Tons of them have dogs, but I think it's going to be a lot of transition for me to be moving into a van, to also be producing videos on this crazy schedule I'm planning. And I think it'll be easier to not have to just to be responsible for myself. And as and Muty says, don't forget Tubi, right? I'm gonna have Tubi, our robot. I think. Technically, I'm probably. I probably shouldn't actually be talking for too long because I'm supposed to most. Oh wait, how can I? Oh, I could set it as mature. Well, I won't. I should stop soon anyway. We'll talk just for a few more minutes. But yeah, so this, at least to start, this will be a big open space. So that, I don't know how often I'll do it, but I'll be able to open the doors. And this, theoretically, with this, I'm planning on doing this, I think I'm going to do this, use aluminum for my framing, not wood, but use aluminum. But, I'll be able to just sort of walk across this portion to the back of the van. And then I can open it and have, the view of wherever I am. And I'll have my monitor will be side mounted here, and then I can sort of, open it up. But yeah, I haven't seen anyone who's tried to do something like this. Most people, when they build their vans, they have sort of a narrow passageway, and they fill up the sides. And what I'm doing instead is a big open space in the middle, and then everything's in the back consolidated. Boy says, why are you moving to a van? Sorry, I just found your channel. Well, the truth of it is that I first started considering it because of financial reasons. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that it's a really exciting opportunity for me. It's something that I can do now that I might life might change and I wouldn't be able to do it. This might be the only time in my life I can do this. And I think that it provides so many exciting opportunities for this stream. I've been on Twitch a long time. I've done a lot of shows, 1,000-something shows. And I think to take music outside, out on the road, I can play, if I get speakers, I could go play festival, I could do all sorts of stuff. So yeah, I'm really excited about it. And I think that's a good lesson. I there's probably other times in my life, I'm sure I could come up with a lot of examples actually, where I've been sent on a path for very negative reasons, right? The thing that set me on that path was not positive. But once I was on that path, I discovered amazing things that I never would have if it wasn't for that negative instigator. I think it's often we can dwell on these negative things that have happened in our life and think, if only that didn't happen. But I think often what we forget is that there's all these amazing things that have happened because of that. Not directly because of it, but like, for example, maybe you get fired from your job, which is a horrible thing, and it means you have to move cities, right? And you have to start over. But in that new place, you meet somebody who you fall in love with, right? It was a negative thing that took you to that city. Something awful, a horrible experience, but then you discover an amazing thing. I feel like that's happened to me over and over again in my life. Hey, Echo. Echo says, stoked for you, man. It feels like the beginning of something very special. Yeah, I'm really excited. It's good to see Echo. Echo's chat. If you don't know Echolocations, Echo's an amazing guitar player and Twitch streamer. Everybody's always saying, when's Echo gonna stream next? When can we hear Echolocations? Blue says, we've been suggesting other streamers to visit. Have you put any thoughts into visits? Well, I want to visit Echo. And I don't know where that many people live. I would love to visit a couple streams if they're up for it and play music with them. And but yeah, find out where other people. I don't know where many people live. A lot of streamers, for good reason, keep that not super public, Blue says, your fishing license is still active. You can live off the land. Rose says, how will you sleep though? I fear that if you don't have a good place to sleep in the van, you'll have pains or horrible lack of sleep. Well, Rose, and like I said, I've been sleeping on the floor for 6 months, just on thin carpet, and I've been totally fine. So in the van, I'll have actually a pad, a 1-inch pad. I need a pad more for sitting than for sleeping. But yeah, I've slept totally fine. I am, Rose, and I am worried about getting cold. That is a very real fear, and not irrational. I have something is wrong with my body. Like to the point, I'm literally, I've been to doctors before, and I'm actually I'm going to see another doctor in a week to try to find out if there's another explanation, to try to figure out what it is. But I'm gonna get a diesel heater, which it's a small space. I think it's gonna be okay. And if it isn't, then I'm gonna have to spend all my time living in the hottest places I can find. Boy Kumar says, what was the type of job you got fired from? I was just giving that as a hypothetical example, that I haven't been fired, but I've had almost no jobs. So I've had a weird work. I've never worked a 9 to 5. My first ever job was delivering papers in high school, and then in college I paid bills. I was a dishwasher. And then for a couple years, for a year, I was a subway musician. I made a living doing that. And then I just sort of stumbled into a weird job, which I can't really go into a lot of explanation on. But the easiest way to describe it is I was sort of a consultant, which sort of says nothing. And I did that job. It was an on-call job. I did that for, I don't know, 10 years, I think. And it was great because I worked anywhere from 0 to 10 hours a week. The most I've ever worked was like 20 or 30 hours. It was usually 0 to 10 hours. And they paid me very well because I was available when they needed me. But they didn't need me much, which was great because I was trying to do music and stuff. And then I left that and I started a video company, and I did that for 4 or 5 years. And then I sort of realized that that was not at all the life that I wanted. And I started this show. So yeah, I've mostly worked for myself in my life. Oh, CLNA, yeah, that'd be fun to see them, play with them, yeah. Skypers, you want to get a weight estimate on what you put in the back, you might need to set up beyond the cab to keep good distribution. Yeah, I've been looking into that, Skyborg, and that's one of the reasons I want to do aluminum framing instead of wood, is so that there's not a lot of weight in the back. Most of the weight is going to be the water and the batteries, which will be in the back. And then beyond that, the keyboard and stuff is going to probably at most 30 or 40 pounds, and the instruments are probably 30 pounds maybe. And then most of what's going to be in these drawers is not going to weigh much of anything. But yeah, I am keeping that in mind about weight and safety. And I may if it seems like it's going to be a risk and unsafe, then I'll probably put some sort of shelving unit or storage unit of some sort behind the seats, just to get some weight up front. Yeah. Hey Jothwan, sorry I don't do reactions on the stream, but you're welcome to share it on our Discord. Scary Crazy Buzz, the biggest problem with the fan is humidity. The human body exhales a lot of water. Cabins and filtered air running the humidifier tends to accumulate the fabrics and woods. Yeah, so it seems like what most people do to deal with that is you get a fan in the roof, and you crack windows. You're very aware of times when you bring in water to the van, and there's things that collect water. I forget what they're called. And then that's the big advantage of using a diesel heater, is that it's a dry heat. So if you were to use propane, right? Propane, I act as if I'm an expert. I'm not. I've just learned all this stuff recently, so I might feel free to correct me if I'm missaying anything, anybody. But my understanding is propane heat is a wet heat and creates a lot of condensation, moisture, and all that. Whereas the diesel heaters don't have that issue. Do the revert, it's because the diesel heaters, the combustion happens outside of the vehicle. I think that's one of the reasons. I don't understand it exactly, but. Cool. Where says kids permanently staying in Thermal, California. Oh, I should leave the music category. Let me get out of the category. I'm not supposed to be talking. I forgot. Well, not because of the music category, because I may be on the front page every once in a while, and I think they're doing an experiment. So let's leave just chatting. Talking about van plans. How do I turn on mature? We've never been mature on this channel, but, well, anyway, because that blocks me from being on the front page. I think if I change categories, that's all that mattered. Doug says 1 minute oatmeal doesn't have enough calories for you to get warm. You need, what do I need? Got cut off, I think. Meaty says it's a rare gift to be courageous enough to flow with the river and not fight the river to get back to where you were swimming upstream because it felt very familiar, which gets tiring with each time we try again fighting the current. Told you this before. I envy your free spirit and respect your dedication. Oh, thanks, Meaty. Thank you. I think that one of the things I've sort of known in myself since I was a teenager is that for me starting over is easier sometimes than trying to stay with the situation that's not working. That's why I love picking up new instruments. I love doing new things. I always get this burst of optimism and adrenaline and excitement about being in new situations. I've literally, people in the world know me by a lot of different names because I've had different names at different stages of my life. So I'm excited, ready for a change. And I do think that with my my long-term goal in life is it's very simple. I want to be able to keep making stuff, but not be living on the edge the rest of my life like I've been living. And I want to be able to wake up and feel like things are solid. I feel confident that I can keep doing this in 6 months and 2 years. That I'm not going to be in a crisis like I have at times in the past. Because for me, that the only way I'm going to feel comfortable having which I've had in the past, but having some more normal life things like a partner or a dog even is I need to feel that I'm some more secure in what I'm doing in my life. Otherwise, it's just not fair to the other people. Because I know myself, I'm willing to make these really big sacrifices in order to keep doing what I want to do, and it's not fair to ask other people to make those sacrifices with you. When you care about somebody, you make sacrifices, right? But there's a point at which it becomes unfair to keep asking someone to make a sacrifice so that you can do something for yourself. That's not fair. So I need to be in a position where I don't feel like I'm going to have to ask someone to make a sacrifice. Staffy says, you're too cool for school and always schooling us in the art of improv. Rose says, Florida is a very temperature warm state, hardly any cold days in winter. Yeah, I imagine, Rosen, during the winter I'll probably be spend a lot of time in California, Southern California. In New Mexico it gets pretty cold, but it's not as cold as some places. Texas and probably some in Florida in the winter, and yeah. I'm still optimistic that I'm going to be fine with the temperature stuff. I'm totally fine when I'm not sleeping and being outside, right? I went on a walk today and it was 35 and it was great, or 35 or 40, and it was totally fine, and it could have been 20 and I probably would have been okay. It's just when I sleep when it's the real, because if I get cold, I wake up and I'm not able to sleep. So but yeah, I think with the diesel heater, it should be fine. Luce is like, we do suggestion with hydraulics, put all the weight in the back and do wheelies all over. So, says, what instruments are you taking? Everything. Well, saxophone, flute, trumpet, melodica, guitar, and keyboard. I won't be bringing baritone, trombone, the Fender Rhodes, or any of the little stuff. Or I might bring, I think people want me to bring the stylophone. I'll bring that, and a kazoo. I'm just trying to catch up on chat. Hopefully I didn't miss any of the messages. Oh, and thank you. Thanks. If you're still here, Never Without Music, thanks for your note. Thank you. So just catching up. I went way back, too far back, and now I'm scrolling, trying to get to the right place. Echo says, there's a big wolfer community here in Florida. People who live on farms who tend to them in exchange for tiny house lodgings and food right from the land. If I wasn't married, I'd be wolfing. Soul Vibes says, kid is a hippie. I'm not really a hippie, but I grew up around hippies. I know a lot. I knew a lot of hippies, and I certainly of all the subcultures, that's probably the one at least in high school, that I felt most connected to. But I think I got too many sharp edges to be a hippie now. Too many rough edges. God Double Cup says, where is your first stop? You mean, where am I going to go first once I'm in the van? Yeah, I'm not sure if that's what you mean, but I live in New Mexico right now, and I think to start, I'm going to probably spend a lot of time in Texas and New Mexico, Arizona, Utah, just the Southwest. Just probably for at least the first 3 or 4 months, and then, so I don't have any sort of specific stops. I probably will be doing lots of sort of this kind of thing where I'm, it won't be this long sort of journey. To start, and then theoretically the tentative plan is in the summer I start making my way to the East Coast, and I got a lot of I lived about half my life on the East Coast, so I've got a lot of people I'd love to visit. And then as it starts getting cold, I'll drive south and probably go to maybe go down Florida and Georgia, Louisiana, Alabama, all that, Texas, and then maybe spend winter in Southern California. But all that might change. I may be in the Southwest for a year for whatever reason, or maybe I'll hit the road immediately and go to the Northwest. I don't know. Oh, thank you, Muty. Thank you. Echo says, we're going to make a cop village down here in Florida. You want to live in a mud hut? Maybe. I sort of want to visit. Have you heard of Earth ships? I think there's a bunch of Earth ships in New Mexico. I might want to go check those out. I like the idea of those. Skyberg says the heat problem can be fixed with a cold weather sleeping system, military surplus. Definitely less expensive than a heater. Yeah, I mean, to give you an idea of how messed up my body is, so this room at night is often over 80 degrees. And I'll be in a sleeping bag with a blanket on, with long sleeve shirt and long pants, and I'm not hot. I might get cold. So there's something wrong with my body. Got double cups to shout at the heating pad. Yeah, I'm literally thinking of bringing 2 diesel heaters, not to have both, but literally have a backup, so that if one dies, I can immediately replace it, and get a heating pad. Yeah, a heating pad has been recommended, and Doug recommended a bunch of good stuff, but Rose, have you had your thyroid checked? I did years ago when I first started dealing with this, and it wasn't that. So the latest theory, which this sounds much worse than it is, okay? This sounds really scary, but it's not that scary. Is I'm gonna see a vascular specialist to see if I have peripheral vascular disease, which again, it sounds much worse than it is. But people with peripheral vascular disease, it's like the heart has a hard time pumping blood to the extremities. But usually why it's not clear is usually people feel cold in their hands and feet. And that's not, I feel cold here. I feel cold here no matter what the temperature is, pretty much. I'm comfortable right now, but I'm cold right there, even right now. I don't mind because I'm awake and I'm active, right? But if I were sleeping right now, I wouldn't be able to sleep because of the way my arms feel. You know, it's a weird thing. I'm on the front page. I'm not supposed to be on the front page right now. Oh, I'm not supposed to be. Oh, man. I thought I wasn't going to be on if I switched to talking, but thank you. I'm not supposed to be. Let me pick up a guitar so I'm playing music at least. Thanks for letting me know. I'm not supposed to be on the front page right now. I'll play guitar. So we have, oh man, yeah, I don't want it. They were kind enough, but I thought that if I switched out of music, we have a raid. Oh, and it's hard. Thanks for the raid. Oh, is Echo? Are you still here, Echo Locations? I mean, I guess I know the answer to this, but so the challenge of using electric guitar when you also have a mic on is that the mic picks up the non-amplified electric guitar sound, which is not the sound you want to be heard. Usually, not always. Sometimes it'd be cool to add that in. But if you have some sort of sound, you know, right? Because you're hearing the sound of the strings in the mic, but then the rest you're hearing through the I should have done this the whole time. Oh, but it's gonna. Oh, is it dropping my voice? I think I have a sidechain compression on. Can you still hear me talk? It's probably really quiet as soon as. Yeah, Soul Vibes. I've tried iron supplements too. Yeah. Here, let me turn off the side chain. Okay, is it still compressing? Oh wait, I did the wrong side chain. Okay, how about, is it muted now? I'll turn the guitar down. We don't have any surge of viewership, right? Oh, we got 300 viewers? Wait, how long has that been? Did that just start? Has that been while I've been talking? I'm not supposed to... You were trying to tell me, how long has it been? Oh, man. Oh, right, we had a couple streams raid, right? Oh, this is probably from a couple streams. It's from a couple streams, yeah. I forgot. We haven't had a surge, right? Did we have a surge in viewership since I started talking? Or has it just been a slow drop off from the raid? It's been around that since ACS? Okay, we should be okay then. But I'll keep playing guitar. Is the levels, can you hear me talk, or is it distracting? Should I turn the guitar down more? Lower it a little bit more. See, when it's lower, I hear too much of just the strings themselves. That's the only downside. Oh, it has been climbing, Muty? Well, I'll just keep playing guitar and then we'll be fine. I don't know how to really explain myself. So Twitch reach outs to a bunch of music streamers, and they're putting us on the front page at random times, and not for everybody who comes to the front page, but we're supposed to not, we're supposed to be playing music and not just doing talk streams. And I thought if I went to I'm pretty sure we're not in the front, or I guess someone said we were. So anyway, as long as I'm playing music, we're fine. We're still on the front page, Brucos? We must be we're on the very low end. We must be on the low end of the rotator. Rose says, could we help kid with guitar picks, like even a well-supplied? Can I play any blues, Doug? Not really. I mean, not solo. I mean, I could play a blues progression, you know, but I haven't really studied the blues at all. Roses, I know guitar picks wear out and can break. Yeah, I go through guitar picks, especially when I was, you know, because there was a good solid stretch where I was playing at least 8 hours a day. I'm actually very particular about my pick. But again, like I was saying before, that's mainly because I'm not very skilled yet. If I open the front page incognito, you're definitely not there. Yeah, so the way the front page works is that there's different front pages for different people. So when you're on the front page, it doesn't mean you're on the front page for everybody. If you are on the front page for everybody, you're going to have 5,000 to 10,000 viewers. But as I've learned, they're not actually real viewers. A lot of them, you know, some of them are, not a lot, because it's just the vast majority are not actually watching. I mean, I'm very grateful to get a front page, any sort of front page exposure. But having done the front page shows where we had 15,000 people on our viewer count, I've learned that from experience that does not mean there's actually 15,000 people actually watching the stream. It's probably maybe 10% of that. But yeah, you know, with guitars, like I think I was saying in another show, really what I was doing this year was not learning how to play guitar. I was trying to get to the point so that I could start learning to play guitar. Almost all that I've been doing the last year is just to get my fingers, the pure athletic aspect of guitar. God doubles, is that the Dorian scale? I don't know what I was doing at the moment, but I do a lot of Dorian scale stuff. Do you show exercises? I mean, the exercise that almost all guitar players know, which is a very valuable exercise, is doing spiders, where you're just I've done a lot of different kinds of spider exercises, going different directions, but I reckon that's definitely a valuable one. Says, did you sit down and break down guitar into steps? You can be honest with me. In a way, yeah. In a way, yes. I mean, one of the things that I've done is, so there's 4 fingers that you play with on your guitar, unless you're doing tapping, right? There's 4 fingers. So I want to be able to go from any finger to any finger, right? If I'm playing a note with this finger, I want to be able to play a note with this finger, this finger, this finger equally well. And then, okay, well, that's just 2, that's going between 2. What if you have a 3-note pattern, right? What if your pattern is 1, 3, 4? So I literally have every single permutation that's possible with 3-note patterns and 4-note patterns and repeated note patterns. And so, because the risk of just playing, right, and just sort of sitting around and playing, which is what I'm doing right now, is that you keep doing the things that you already can do, because your fingers just revert to what there's familiar. And you're improvising, you're still doing different things, but from an athletic point of view, you're doing the same athletic thing over and over again. And so you're getting better at this one thing, but never pushing yourself to do something new. So when you do permutations, you have to do things that you never would have done otherwise. So I do a lot of permutation style exercises. And there's one, I had to stop doing it for a while because I didn't have time. I need to focus on other aspects. But there's one that there's so many permutations that I think even if I do 10 a day, it takes half a year to get through them. There's so many. So I was writing programs to generate the permutations. Now, it doesn't make sense for most people learning guitar to do that at all. Because if you've never played music before, it's really important that you spend a lot of your time playing music, getting used to expressing yourself through the instrument. So I'm coming at it in a different situation, right? I've been playing music my entire life. I've learned multiple instruments before. So the biggest challenge for me is my age, trying to get the physicality of my fingers to work the way they need to. So, if I were 17, just starting out, I would not recommend what I did, because the risk of practicing the way that I practiced is you become a robot, right? You become so single-minded about technical stuff that you forget that the reason you're doing this in the first place is to express yourself, to say something that matters, right? But I've been trying to do that my whole life, right? So, and what I was doing with guitar, I was trying to learn guitar in an extremely short period of time while being somebody who's older, which it's a harsh reality, but when we get older, our body does not work as well. It doesn't learn as quickly. And I had to overcome that, and the way to overcome it was to be pretty brutal in terms of physical approach to the instrument. But again, I would not recommend what I do for most people. There are some people it's the right strategy, but for most people it would not be the right strategy. Most people don't need to learn an instrument in a year, right? Most people, it's like, when it happens in 5 years, whatever. They're not, but it's like I had this limited period of time that I could give myself to get to the point where I'd be willing to play it on the show. So I needed to be very rigorous in my approach. "5 years of Skyward is why I'm older, which is why I'm interested." Have you played Skyborg? Have you played music before? Do you have any background in it, or is because you're learning guitar, right? And is that your first instrument? Because basically the best practice routine ultimately is the thing that you're going to do, right? I don't mean you, Skyro, but anybody. So it doesn't make, if somebody is going to be bored out of their mind doing exercises, then it doesn't make sense for that to be their strategy. It makes sense to learn music by just playing songs. If that's fun and that's going to get you playing and doing stuff, and that hopefully will work for you. 5 years of Skyward says, none purely hobby, but guitar is all I've tried. Well, I guess, I think you said something the last stream and I didn't get to really respond to it, but just, maybe I'm misremembering, so correct me, but you said something, I think, to the effect that you might also enjoy the kind of sort of very rigorous style practicing. And if you do, if you enjoy it, then you're in a great position, right? Because most people don't enjoy that. But what I would really encourage is you make sure that you're spending time that is free too, that isn't just doing the rigor, where you're just letting go and just being okay with whatever your fingers can do in the moment and focusing on saying something with whatever you have. Because I think it's a mistake, I think, to put off being expressive on an instrument. Just saying, well, once I get to this level, then I'll start, learning how to say something. Because what we want to avoid is basically approaching music as if all we need to do is memorize the dictionary. Whereas you could have every word in the dictionary, but if you don't have anything to say, it doesn't really matter that you have those words, because the words you're saying mean nothing. So yeah, I think really pairing having fun with it. I mean, and some people say, I don't really think of it in terms of fun, but being expressive and free with whatever you have available to you. "5 years says it seems therapeutic as much as learning exercise." And I think you heard me say that's what it is for me. I find it immensely just, it's like my brain can take a vacation. But I'm focused on what I'm doing, right? But there's something for me that's very satisfying about doing something over and over again that has purpose, right? I don't want to wash dishes over and over again, because how much better at dishes can I do, right? It's not going to change. I mean, ideally you would, right? But there's a purpose to the repetition with practice. Because that repetition is opening up new possibilities. But Skyborg, anyone who's, I do a lot of stuff that does not have a lot of musical purpose on the surface, right? There's not a lot of musical purpose to this. Unless you're going to play chromatics, which most people don't use those kind of patterns in actual music. I do, but most people don't. So, if someone were beginning, like for Skyborg, you would probably be better served, if you want to do a lot of those kind of repetitive things, of doing scales, right? Because scales have immense value across music. You're going to use scales all the time, and arpeggios. Hey, Thankonomics. Or, another approach, see the value of repetition, if you can maintain your focus, right? That's the key. If you're repeating something and you're not paying attention, like you're just watching TV and you're not paying attention at all, it's not necessarily going to help you very much. But the value of repetition is if it's not actually repetition, because your mind is constantly listening and adjusting. Your mind is hearing, oh, that note, I didn't fret it quite in the right place, and so it wasn't a strong note. That note, my third finger is a little delayed. And so the next time you do it, you're taking what you just noticed, what you just observed, and you're trying to apply that observation to the next iteration. So it's constant feedback and, call and response in a way. And I think that's why it is stimulating for me. If I were just mindlessly repeating over and over again, I wouldn't want to do that. But the key is that it's a conversation. You are evolving, constantly trying different things. Okay, why is that? And it's not even necessarily, I'm verbalizing it, right? I'm verbalizing the process, but it's more intuitive than that after a while. The more you practice, the more you just are in the moment, and your body and your mind are just sort of adjusting to try different things, trying to figure it out. And that, with chord stuff, like I'm literally trying to get this right hand working, it's just not there yet. I'll spend an hour going between two chords. The reason I'm going between only two chords is because I want to limit the variables. I want to focus mostly on this right hand. And so if I keep changing chords, different chords, I'm going to be focusing my left hand. And I won't be giving this hand the attention it deserves. And sometimes I might even just play no chords, right? And I'm just muting the strings. And I'm just trying to listen, I'm trying to pay attention. What is the angle of my pick? Why does that not sound even? Is it because the angle of my pick? What is different? What can I try different? And I think that keeps it more compelling. Did I say hi to Thankonomics? Oh, good night, kitkatzzz. Blue says, for part of your practicing, did you learn the bar chord shapes? Yeah, I mean, I know my bar chords. I know a lot of chord shapes. I'm not very smooth moving between them, but I know all the. I mean, I know the basic bar chords that most people play. Your major, minor, and your dominant on the A string. But I've also learned drop two chords, which are jazz chords, I know I've learned inversions on the middle three, the top three strings, and the 2, 3, 4 strings for major and minor. So I've learned a lot, but that knowledge is not that useful yet because the right hand just isn't there. And I still have a ways to go to consistently be able to move between chords quickly enough that I'm not having to stop for a half a beat to get there, The Jimi Hendrix chord, yes. You mean this one? Echo says it's so weird to take the super analytical information then convert it into dreams and feelings. Yeah. I think for me practicing and performing are totally different things. Totally different. There's no connection between the two in how I experience them. When I'm performing, I would never want my brain to be working the way it is as when I'm practicing. Because when I'm performing, It's all about being in the absolute being in the moment. Whatever happens is what's supposed to happen. Not analyzing, not critiquing, because that kills your mojo, right? If you're constantly criticizing yourself. But critiquing yourself in a constructive way is extraordinarily important and valuable when you're practicing. The ability to listen to yourself and not bum you out, right? That's the challenge, is you don't want to bum yourself out. You want to be able to just always be looking forward. Okay, this doesn't work. What can I do to make it work? Echolocation says positive dissatisfaction. I think that's a good way of putting it, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with Blue Skyborg. If it ever works in your life to have a teacher, I definitely recommend. It can be a challenge finding a teacher that's going to work. I mean, it's finding a teacher, music teacher. It's like finding a romantic partner or a therapist. I mean, it's very personal. I spent a lot of time taking private lessons back when I was a teenager in her early 20s. I mean, I took I had a failed attempt to learn guitar when I was in my early 20s, and it was like a couple months maybe or so, and I went to a guitar teacher and it was not a good fit. But the main thing that derailed me is I hurt my finger, and yeah. So when when I started learning guitar last year, where my skills were at was I basically knew sort of some cowboy chords, and that was about it. And the thing is, if you understand music, if you've played a lot of music in your life, especially if you play jazz or anything like that, any jazz musician could pick up a guitar and play. Not chords, but they could play a melody, because I know even before I really learned guitar, I just know what if I play this note, I know what this note is going to be. Because I know intervals. I know that if I go up 3 notes from this note, I'm going to get this note. So without even knowing anything about guitar, anyone who understands intervals would be able to do something like this. And I know exactly what I'm playing before I play it because I know intervals. I don't know where I was going with that, but Echo says, I think interval repetition is the only way to link the audiation with finger acrobatics, in my opinion. Ozeki says, if you understand music, you understand guitar, but if you understand guitar, it doesn't necessarily mean you understand music. Yeah. I said this, I think, on the street, I think the guitar is both the easiest and one of the most difficult instruments there is. And what makes it easy makes it difficult. And what makes it difficult makes it easy. That's the paradox of guitar. Because no other instrument can a beginner pick up and sound awesome in like a couple months doing just doing this. No other instrument is like guitar in that you can learn those 2 chords and sound awesome almost immediately. No other instrument's like that. Piano, a beginner can plunk out chords, but it's not rhythmically complex, sonically complex like strumming chords are. And in the same way, a beginner guitar player can learn a pentatonic scale. They learn that one finger pattern, and they can play that over all sorts of songs. You cannot do that on any other instrument. You can't learn one pattern and apply it. I mean, you could on a violin or something, right? But violin is way more difficult than a guitar because violin doesn't have frets, right? Guitar has these little helpers. So that's the thing about guitar it's very hard on guitar to know exactly what you're doing while you're doing it, because it's very easy to just play with your fingers and your ear, and there's amazing value in that. But for certain kinds of music, right, if you want to play jazz, if you want to play written music, guitar is probably the most difficult instrument to read music for. Echo says it's wild how the guitar is laid out like 6 pianos stacked on each other. Exactly, yeah. Trying to write out guitar parts, it's just... Double Kip says I write tabs for guitar parts. So tabs can be useful, but the problem with tabs is they don't give you a sense of time, right? Tabs only work if you can also hear a recording, unless it's extremely simple what it is, right? But tabs, nobody's going to be able to sight read extremely complicated music on tabs. Whereas someone could on piano, right? You can write a piano score, and a skilled piano player can read the most incredible things, right? It's just not that difficult on piano. But the equivalent of guitar is virtually impossible. So when I first started learning the guitar in about a year ago, in the first, I forget what it was, I think it was the first couple months, I started studying. I was using a method book. That's a famous method book. It's called the something Modern Guitar. It's like the text that they used. I don't know if they use it as much anymore, but it used to be the thing that when you went to Berklee College of Music, that was what you learned on. So there's a fair amount of reading. And I intend to go back to it, but the problem was that a lot of what it was I knew that it would take me 4 years to actually be able to do much. Because so much of what I was doing in that book was just trying to connect the written page with the instrument. And I didn't have time. I needed to get this so I could do something on the show. So that's when I said I need to just let go of this. As much as I like doing that kind of learning, I need to focus on real basic fundamentals so that I can actually play things with my fingers. So I was just working exclusively on finger exercises, scales, arpeggios, which I don't intend to do forever, but it's still just getting my fingers so they do what I want them to do as being the biggest challenge. You want some? I don't know Pink Floyd very well, but Pink Floyd is basically you have lots of reverb and delay on the guitar, and you have sort of pad type sound. So let's see, can we get a pad thing going? Let's see. I think we get a pad here. I should add some chordo in there, right? It's not just in octaves. Well, that's very repetitive, but we'll just do something real quick. Okay, enough of that. Let's go back to our super tripped out sound. Beauty says, when learning and practicing, do you get discouraged? How do you deal with those moments in practice when things don't go fast? I absolutely get discouraged. Oh, thanks, Pygaholic. Pygaholic, if this is your first time checking out the show, I'd love you to come hang out when we're actually doing the normal show. I do all improv where chat helps me make the music. Chat picks all the sounds. I only started playing guitar on the show a week ago or so. I do a lot of keyboard and horns and stuff. But I'd love for you to come hang out with us. But Muty, I absolutely get discouraged. I'm very frustrated about the chords that I did not want to start playing guitar in the show and not be ready to be strumming chords. I get very frustrated. So now how do I deal with that? I think Muti, I just try to break stuff down whenever I can, which is sort of what you were getting at before, right? I think too often with music and learning things in general that it's like the analogy I used about a cake, right? Most people look at music like they look at a cake. They don't think about the ingredients. They don't think about the process because they don't know about it. And so if you just went up to a random person who's never made a cake before and said, make a cake, they wouldn't know where to start. And so with music, I think, not everyone's going to agree with the way I break it apart. But I think for me it's worked as the way to think about it. Music has three main components. It has the physical component, it has the intellectual component, and has the emotional expressive component. And those combined is what makes music that we want to listen to. But when you're learning, it can be useful to break them down and separate them out and work on them independently. The goal is for when you're performing that they become one seamless thing, that they turn into a single cake, that you are not thinking about those individual things as you're playing, and that your audience is not thinking about those individual things. They're just hearing the music. They're hearing the sum total of that. And as you're playing, you are experiencing it as one thing. But when I'm practicing, I'm not experiencing it as one thing. I'm breaking it down into whatever it is that I'm trying to work on at the moment. So when I get frustrated, my response usually is to how can I break this down even more? If I'm hitting a brick wall, how can I break it down? So if say the struggle is with chords, right? If I can't do chords, okay, well there's a lot of components that go into chords, right? Is the challenge going from one chord to the next chord, and I can't get there quickly enough? Is the challenge that my right hand isn't even? Is the challenge that my right hand is getting distracted when I try to switch chords and so I screw up? Or is it that my left hand is so focused on the right hand strumming that it messes up? So I try to break it down, and then I say, okay, well, let me just work on one of those little aspects. So if the issue is changing chords, right, and getting to my next chord quickly, I won't even use my right hand maybe. I'll just go back and forth. I'll just focus on that. Break it down. Or maybe if it's too many fingers, maybe it's like, okay, I'm just going to focus on my bar. I'm just going to get that bar where I want it to be. And then I'm going to use the other finger. I'm just going to do that part. And then you slowly start making your cake. You start bringing the ingredients. Okay, so now I've got that working. I'm going to bring this hand in. Oh, but now things break down. So maybe I need to just focus on this hand. Maybe I need to just strum. Right? Not even play with this hand. Or maybe I'm going to mute the notes. And I think that makes it a lot easier to not get frustrated. Because if you have a goal that you can reach, it's very small. Like let's say you want to play this song, and it's this difficult song, and you're really frustrated because you can't do it. So literally pick 5 seconds of the song, and start at a tempo that you can do it. Like maybe it's you want to learn Thunderstruck by AC/DC, right? And that's at 120 or 130 BPM. Maybe you start learning that song at 60 BPM. And your goal is to get to 61 BPM from 60. So I think it's really useful to take a big goal and break it down into really tiny goals that you're guaranteed to achieve with time. And that's my whole approach to practicing. Take big goal, break it down into microscopic goals where I literally go up by decimal BPMs sometimes over multiple days. It'll take multiple days to go up a tenth of a BPM. But when I do, I have momentum. I can stay focused and positive because I'm reaching goals. When you set yourself up with an impossible goal, you're sort of setting yourself up for failure. But if you set yourself up with an impossible goal, but you break it down into realistic goals, maybe it's a million goals you have to reach to get to the impossible goal, but each of those million goals is realistic. You have a chance to doing the impossible when you break it down into the possible. Blue says, these are the kinds of things a good teacher will help you with, by the way. He will break you out of tunnel vision. Absolutely. Teachers can step out, they can sort of evaluate, and they've worked with so many students, they've seen someone who's had the exact same problem you've had, and they can say, hey, this worked for this person. And good teachers also are able to adapt, even if they've never seen a problem before, they can troubleshoot with you. But yeah, I guess to sum up what I'm saying to Muty is just any time, if you're getting frustrated, probably the issue is that your goal is too broad, too vague, and you need to break it down into something that's more manageable. And then once you accomplish that, then you can start working, you can start focusing on the bigger thing again. I think what improvisation has taught me is just knowing that whatever happens, I can figure something out. I hurt my finger badly again at some point in the past year, like how I'd hurt it back in my 20s. That where I gave up on guitar, and it was not a good feeling when it happened, and I certainly wasn't happy. But I didn't dwell on that unhappiness. I started thinking, okay, well, if I've basically ended the possibility of me playing guitar with these fingers, of being able to play normal guitar, what am I gonna do? I guess I'll play slide guitar. But not. That makes it sound negative. But it's like, well, then I'm gonna devote myself to slide guitar, where I don't need to have those independent fingers. Now, I didn't end up needing to do that, and I have done some slide guitar in the last year. I will do more someday on the show, but while I was I went through a number of injuries. I think I talked about this actually on the last Saturday, a week ago, but I went through a number of injuries over the last year. I mean, at my age, if you're practicing 8-9 hours a day, there were days I did 12 hours of practicing. And here's the thing, when I say I do 12 hours, I don't mean I practice from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. I mean, I have timers. If I'm going to the bathroom, the timer stops. I'm not suggesting anyone do that, but that's the thing to keep in mind. When people say they practice a lot, what does it mean? What are they actually doing with their time? When someone says they practice 6 hours, if half that time they're on their phone texting somebody, that isn't 6 hours of practice. I think a lot of times people think they've done more work than they have, but then they get frustrated that they haven't made the progress they want to make. Well, you haven't actually worked as much as you thought you were. But anyway, when you do that much practicing, you will hurt yourself. Doesn't matter, you're gonna overuse. And so the thing at those moments is not to panic and think my life is over because I can't practice it, I can't do my instrument. It's what can I do with what I have? So there was a stretch where I was like, I need to just not touch the guitar because that's the only way I'm going to recover from this injury. And so what I would do is I would just go walk, and I would basically do fret work in my head. I was at the time I was working on drop 2 chords, and so I was listening to songs that I know, and in my brain fretting the chords of those songs, and just working on the different what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the word. What's it called? What did I just do? What was it? What did I just do? What is this? I can't think of the word. It starts with an I. Why can't I think of this word? I used it earlier tonight. Inversion. Thank you, Muty. Yeah, I was doing different inversions of drop 2 chords. The Hitman, welcome. Says, what did you injure? Is there things to prevent if due to playing? I mean, the thing is that if you are using your body and you're doing a repetitive motion for hours on end, it's going to be hard on your body. So what are things I hurt? I hurt my elbow from strumming. And what else did I hurt? I hurt that 2 different times. So I had to stop strumming. I did something to my wrist when I was doing a lot of just hours and hours of picking. I hurt several fingers from just playing too hard. So the Hitman, the best thing you can do is take breaks. Take breaks. I think the mistake a lot of people make in exercise and with instruments is they get all ambitious and they're like, I'm going to go to the gym every day, or I'm going to start practicing 5 hours a day tomorrow. And up till that point, they've never done anything like that before. If you go to from 0 to 100, the odds are you're going to hurt yourself. So the best thing is to slowly build up over time, right? If you want to be insane, right, and you want to practice 6 to 10 hours a day, don't start with that. You gotta slowly ramp up to that. And even once you ramp up to that, you gotta take breaks. You've got to be careful of doing the same kind of action for too long. And anytime you do hurt yourself, stop doing whatever it is and switch activities to something else. But you don't have to stop practicing. Just find something else you can do with music that doesn't require that part of your body. Just give it time to rest. Skyboard is going to do exponential practicing. But, Muty, you were talking about getting frustrated. So what I've, with chordal playing, what I've been doing for a while was actually less rigorous than I was doing with my single note stuff, right? I figured I really just want to get comfortable switching between lots of different chords. And so I'm just going to put on random songs where I have chord progressions and just play the chords. Just do lots of songs, one after another. Not learn a song, but just so I'm getting experienced. And I'd spend 45 minutes doing my top 3 string inversions. But I'm not getting to where I want to doing that. And so, the last week or two, most of my chordal work is going back to the basics, just going between 2 chords, just trying to get my right hand to do what it needs to do. Because I got ahead of myself, and there's value in what I was doing, but it's more important that basically, whereas I would rather have a good right hand and only be able to play 2 chords versus where I'm at right now, where I know a ton of chords, but I can't really play them effectively for my purposes. because my right hand will not be even enough. And rhythm guitar it's percussion in a way, right? It's a percussive thing. And if you're playing and you're right, but what you want to be doing is even, right? It's the right hand. The right hand is the motor, the engine. And that's what I still have to learn, is to get my engine so it's reliable and consistent. But you know, even if someday, what I was just doing right now was just playing with one finger. Even if someday, let's say, you know, I keep practicing for another 5 years, and someday I can play 16 notes of 140, right? Or I'm gonna still play with one finger sometimes. I could have all the technique in the world, and I'll play with one finger sometimes, like this. I'm just using my index finger. And why do I play with one finger? Because I will play different things with one finger than I would if I was using all four fingers. If I was using all four fingers, I would not have come up with that line. Oh, thanks so much, Blue. Thank you for that donation. Thank you. Thank you so much. And Ozeki, you gave a while ago. I didn't see it. Thank you so much, Ozeki. And Blue wrote, thanks, Ozeki, in the message. Thank you, Ozeki. Thank you. I'm sorry I missed that before. And thanks, cool reason. And Blue with a 56-month sub. Also, Blue gifted a sub to Scary Crazy Butterknife. And a Pikeaholic. I think one of the things you get from playing a lot of music and that a beginner doesn't have is that even when you're an expert and you've been playing music forever, there are going to be times you play notes that you didn't mean to play, and notes that wouldn't typically be played in that context. The difference between someone with a lot of experience in music and a beginner is the beginner doesn't know what to do when that happens and panics often, right? The person with a lot of experience views it as an opportunity, or at very least knows how to come out of it. A42322512. Well, this means the show's been going on a long time. So my point in saying that is not to draw some line between beginners and people who've had a lot of experience. It's that no matter what, things will happen that you don't intend. And that's okay. That's not a bad thing. And learning music is learning how to deal with those situations in a way that is musical, that actually propels you further. He says after Picasso mastered drawing, he spent half his life trying to unlearn everything because it limited him in creating. He spent his last years trying to draw as a child. This is a super pretty chord. It's very difficult for me to play, at least. So what I'm doing are called inversions. And what inversions are is, imagine you have a chord, we'll call it a word, right? A chord is like a word in a way. Let's say your word is, let's say your word is word, W-R-D. Inversions change the orders of the letters, but they're still the same four letters. So you still get the same quality. The meaning's still there, but it's different. So this, and this are inversions. They're all the same notes, but they're played in different orders. Let me just fix this. If you want to see sort of inversions taken to the stratosphere, is you watch traditional sort of jazz guitar players. The number of chords that jazz guitar players know is insane, and you'll notice that they rarely move very far. They're generally they might over the course of a while, but between each chord they're generally only moving a fret or two. And the way they're able to do that is because they're changing the order of the notes. I don't actually particularly, I generally don't love actually that style of playing. There's a lot of jazz guitar that I love, but not that. But it is, from a technical point of view, it's extraordinarily difficult what they're doing. I mean, not as difficult as soloing over those changes, but it requires really skilled fingers and ability to, you just really have to know the fretboard in order to do that. Oh no, Zeki, I'm not sure if you heard, but I saw your donation. Thank you. Oh, Zeki, I'm glad you enjoy that. Thank you. Speaking of YouTube, my new YouTube show, there's nothing there, but if you want to sub to it, there will be soon. The first episode I debuted last Saturday on Twitch, but I haven't put it on YouTube yet, but it will be there. It's a travel variety show. So there's actually there's not much music in at least the first episode. It's other stuff. This is another little tip came mind. Don't be afraid to practice with crazy FX. Do scales of mega distortion. I would say what I would say, I think, well, there's technique in terms of dealing with distortion, right? I am no expert at all yet. So there's a learning technique to muting the strings that you have to do if you're using distortion. So I agree with Blue on that. I will say that if you're trying to get finger accuracy, using effects will mask a lot of problems. So, but in terms of if you want to actually learn how to use the guitar when it's distorted, you need to practice with it distorted sometimes, at very least. For sure. But yeah, guitar and reverb and delays are great ways to hide technical issues. That's why I use that's why I use the reverb and delay on everything on the show. Hey, Echo Malik. Blue says I just meant as a way to make some of the mundane things a little more interesting. Yeah. It's funny, when I first started doing the guitar a year ago, I was thinking about starting to do practice streams right away. And my plan was I was going to have two different mixes. One mix that I could hear, and then another mix that only viewers could hear, which would have reverb and delay, you know. And I also set up this thing that does, it's called, what's it called? It's called, it does three-dimensional panning. So I had that set up so it was going to pan. And Dang It says, have you heard Michael Hedges? I think I've heard Michael Hedges. Does he mainly play acoustic? Or am I thinking of somebody else? Yeah, one of the things about guitar is that it just lends itself to playing, I would call it vertically, right? Where you're just moving this way. Like, guitar was just built to play pentatonic scale, which is this. I rarely play pentatonic scales on any other instrument, but as soon as I start playing guitar, it's just right there in your fingers. But I think it's easy to get stuck in one place on the guitar, and so it's really and that's where that playing with one finger, or just, you know, I mean, you don't just have to play. You can do 4-note scales and different things to move up the neck, but I think that's definitely a challenge in guitar, is not to get stuck in one place. Oh, thanks, Pierre. Thanks for. I hope you get some rest, though. Hanging out says plays with resonance and percussive as well. Yeah, everything. I break everything down. Vibrato. I did. My vibrato is still I have a long way to go, but I practice 3 different kinds of vibratos. I do vibrato with each finger. You know, I have a metronome, and over the course of a year, I slowly sped up my vibrato. Yeah, I'll try to remember to check him out. Thank you, Alex. B says you should watch old cowboy movies with sound muted, make a soundtrack. Yeah. Has anyone seen? I haven't seen it, but I remember. Isn't there a cowboy movie with Johnny Depp that has a Neil Young soundtrack that's just Neil Young playing solo guitar? Did I invent that in my dreams, or is that a real thing? It's called Dead or something. But I talked a little bit before about the breaking things down into manageable parts. And I also, in the way I think about music, another way I think about music where I break it down is my time that I spend on an instrument. There's 4 distinct approaches. There's what I call practice. There's practice performance, performance practice, and performance. And what's the difference between those things? Practice is that extremely critical, focused, not critical in a harsh way, but in a constructive way. Very focused, especially on the athleticism of what you're doing. Is not really worrying about being musical during those moments. It's just you're just trying to get your fingers to simply do what they need to do in order to express something musical. Practice performance is where you're starting, you're working on actual songs. But you're still focused more on the technical aspect of accomplishing, what you're trying to play. And you're probably only playing little parts of the song and you're breaking them down and you're just doing them over and over. You're still you're in that practice mindset, but you're starting to play music. And then there's performance practice. And performance practice, now you're trying to shift fully over to performance, but you're not quite there yet. So now you're playing the song and you're mostly going to play it from start to finish. You're only going to stop if there are things that are issues, and then you're going to try, you'll switch back to practice performance for a little bit. And then you'll go back to performance practice. And then when you perform, you perform. When you perform, we have to let go of all of that stuff. We have to let go about worrying about our hands, about our theory, everything. It is about the expression at that point. And the hope is that we've done the work we need to so that the expression is only interrupted rarely, if ever. But also, even if it is interrupted in a way that is unintentional, because you are so focused on expression, it doesn't matter, right? I mean, if a singer is pouring their heart out and they crack a note, if the singer sort of says, "Oh my gosh, I cracked a note," and and everyone feels uncomfortable, right? That's a problem. But another singer can crack that exact same note, but not bat an eye, not stop. Because if someone is talking to you, right? If someone is talking to you and they're telling you something they really care about and their voice cracks, does that change what they're saying? Not at all. If anything, it tells you how invested they are in what they're saying. When a performer that is truly in the moment and being expressive, when they make a quote mistake, let's say it's classical music and it's a mistake, right? They did not play what they were supposed to, and everyone knows it. But if they maintain the arc of the expression, if they flub a single word, doesn't change the arc. It doesn't change the big picture. He says, "So why can't we be friends open?" Yeah. But I believe that art is about finding freedom. Finding freedom from our brain, from the restrictions of our brains and the judgment of our brains and the judgment of society and whatever. It's just being in the moment and being free. That's where we want to be when we perform. That's where we want to be when we're in a flow state, if we're doing a painting, or is we want to reach that place where we are uninhibited, unencumbered by expectation, our own and society's. But in many cases, from a technical point of view, you do spend time where you do think about those things. but you need to let go of it when you're starting to create. And that's why I think it's helpful, for me at least, to think about these 4 different categories and give them all their proper attention. I need all 4 of those. I think a really valuable exercise for any musician is to improvise and just play random notes essentially, but make it work. And if you find yourself too often just doing a pattern, then on a guitar you can just change the tuning so that no matter what you're playing notes you can't predict. And the goal being that no matter whatever note you go from one to the next, you figure out a way to make it so that it makes sense. It's intentional, no matter what the note is. Right? So I can set up an expectation if I play a scale. Right? You're not expecting that note. Now, you might not like how that sounded, but I think most people, simply because I repeated it, it's not a mistake. You want this note, right? But I'm not giving you that note. Oh, I missed your message, Blue. What was it? Prime time on the Westish coast, that one? I recognize that name, Butterknife Jandik. I feel like I've listened to Jandik at some point, but it's been a long time if I have. Blues is not about a mistake being played again, therefore not a mistake. If anyone's watching who's new, this is not normally what our streams consist of. It's a very highly involved, interactive show. Way too complicated. Where chat helps me make music. Hey, my name is Blake. But we got shows Tuesday, Thursday, Saturdays. I think I probably should end. Any last thoughts or quick questions before I stop? Thanks, Ozeki. Oh, thanks. My name is Blake. Blue says there's a version of Children by Robert Miles. Thanks, BD. Thanks, Economics. Thanks, Never Without Music. One of the things I love about the guitar is, especially when you play those notes that maybe wasn't where you thought you were going. You know? And then you just sort of, you bend into it. And just revel in the tension. It's such a satisfying tension. Because it's, you know, in that bend, the note is going from being, quote, in tune to being very out of tune to being in tune again. I mean, the very concept of in tune is I don't know about problematic, but in terms of its functionality of creating tension when you're in between notes. How about that reverb? Okay, let's see. Begin a raid. Oh, let's raid Dresdy. I'll make sure she's not ending. Last time I raided. Looks like she's playing still. Okay. So yeah, thanks everybody. Hope to see y'all next week. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. See, imagine what we were just doing now, except it's out in the desert, right? You know? I'm just in a wooden chair, sort of 10 feet from the van, so you can't even see the van. You just see me in a wooden chair. Maybe I got a fire going. I got headphones so I can hear the guitar, but we can see stars. Blue says that'd be like clear pics, yeah. Yeah, for anyone who's just popped in doesn't know what I'm talking about, I'm moving into a van next year. And I'm keeping the stream going. I'll be streaming all over the place. Outdoor shows. Claustrophobic inside the van shows. Okay. Thanks, everybody. I'll see y'all soon. Have a wonderful whatever comes next. Okay. Take care.